welcome. Thanks for coming. I'm sorry for starting late. We are looking and waiting for Dr. Saaduddin Ibrahim, and he was supposed to be here and start, but Dr. Saad, we sent somebody from the hotel to his room. Hopefully he's okay, but we cannot find him. But anyway, again, welcome and good morning. My name is Karim Abdian. I am the Executive Director of Ahwaz Human Rights Organization. Ahwaz Human Rights Organization, or AHRO, is one of the two sponsoring organizations in addition to Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun is based in Cairo. It's one of the perhaps largest, the most famous, certainly the oldest Egyptian NGO. And our organization, AHRO, it's a Virginia-based human rights advocacy group for the past 20 years. AHRO has been defending the rights of minorities in Iran, ethnic, religious, and all the other minorities, gay rights and everything. First, a few admin remarks. The restrooms are, you go out, left, and another left. And obviously there is coffee here. And with respect, and perhaps our apologies to those who are fasting, but nevertheless, there is coffee and light breakfast. Before I start, I would like to thank our donors. There have been few NGOs that made this happen. An NGO paid for this room. We would like to thank them. Another NGO paid for our lunch, and another one paid for coffee. So again, thank you very much. Without you, we couldn't make this happen. Excuse me. So we're going to go ahead and start. Between now and lunch, we will have a break, a short break of 15 minutes perhaps, or 20 minutes, but we'll break for lunch at 12:30. We will have an hour break, during which we will have the keynote speaker, and I want to see where is Madam Carr. We have a great keynote speaker. Oh, where is she? Okay, all right, she's here. And then in the afternoon, we'll start two other panels. Overall, we have 4 panels. The first 2 panels before lunch, one is concerned or will address the issues of ethnic minorities. We'll have representatives of various ethnic minorities tell us about what goes on in their areas. Here's Madam Carr. I was saying that you are thank God you're here because Dr. Saad isn't here. But Madam Carr came from California, and we're so glad to have you. And in the afternoon, we'll have 2 other panels. One is on religious minorities, I guess 3 perhaps, and one on the challenges of pluralism. That is, everyone wants pluralism, but we seem to have different interpretations because we couldn't come together to see what is the platform for a pluralistic Iran. And then we'll have a panel on the response of the international community, the NGO community, the civil society community, and how they see, what we have discussed here. And you will hear a lot about human rights violations and why don't we hear about it in this town from the mainstream media. Okay, so Ms. Shirin Abaudi was supposed to have been here. Regretfully, she couldn't make it. She really wanted to be here. I was in London 2 weeks ago. I met with the staff. We tried to work out the logistics. She has a hectic travel schedule. We couldn't make it work. So the next thing she decided, she said that she will send a live video, and we tried that. We tried Skype. Annie, are you here? One of our experts, Annie, and I, and Dr. Abadi, just tried for an hour on Skype. We did record her voice, but it's not a good quality. So she opted for the last resort. She did send a message in Farsi, and we translated it, and I will read it to you. Again, any thing from Dr. Saad? Oh, he is on his way. Okay, great. So the original schedule called for Dr. Saad to come and give us his view, and that is, it's important for this community. Someone may ask, well, what's an NGO? What's an Arab NGO doing here? You know, it is because we need an Arab NGO. The Ibn Khaldun Center has been involved in protecting the rights of religious minorities in Egypt, the Coptic Christians, the Baha'is, the Armenians, for many years. They published a report about human rights violations in the Arab world and Islamic world. Iran was excluded, obviously not Arab, but then we went there and said, well, but there are Arabs too in Iran. So, and why don't you include us and help us? So hence they're here, and Dr. Saad is one of the leading human rights figures. Truly, he is the giant of human rights defenders. He's been in jail many, many times. Those of you, I was one of them. We demonstrated many times in this town for his release. He's been in jail about 4 times during Mubarak. And last night, you know, those of you who were at dinner, he was telling us a story. He said that, you know, he made a commentary on, I think, on one of the televisions, and then one of his arrests, he said, an officer came and knocked on the door, and he said that we want to talk to you. He said that they came and they took his computers and everything, and he said there were about 100, 200 people came in, and he said, wow. So anyway, they asked him to go with them, and he said, I went out, and he said, there's a cul-de-sac in front of our house, and I saw thousands of soldiers. And this was in the early 2000s. He said, then I thought, if they bring that many soldiers for a scholar, okay, a scholar, an old scholar, a human rights activist, a nonviolent man, this regime is in trouble. Really. Anyway, Dr. Saad will be here, and so I'll go ahead and read Dr. Abadi's message. She goes, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I am sorry for not being able to participate in your symposium personally. Tackling violations of minority rights is prime concern of human rights advocates, and, broadly speaking, we can say that the rights recognized in various human rights conventions are indeed mostly about the rights of the minorities. For example, when we talk about freedom of religion and freedom of worship and propagation, in a country where the majority are Muslims and also the official religion is Islam, obviously the Muslim enjoys such religious freedom. But religious freedom is meaningful only when the non-Muslims are free, and that is why paying attention to the situation of minorities in each country is the most important concern of defenders of human rights. Iran, our beloved homeland, is home to numerous ethnic groups, nationalities, and religions, which unfortunately have been subjected to discrimination, and such discrimination have exacerbated after the revolution of 1979. The state religion of Iran is Shia Islam, and other religions such as Judaism, Christianity, and Zoroastrianism have also been officially recognized. But in fact, this very article of the Constitution and this very topic is the basis for discrimination against many citizens. For example, there are no legal rights for followers of religions like Baha'ism, Yazidi, Ahlul Haq, Yarasan, or atheists. Also, we should not fall into assumptions. We should not fall into false assumptions that the followers of officially recognized religions have equal status with the Shia, because wide-range discrimination against them exists as well. For example, in cases about inheritance, according to civil laws, if there is a Muslim among recipients of a dead Christian, the Muslim one can deprive the other recipients of the inheritance. In other words, if a Christian Iranian dies and he has 3 sons, obviously with his wealth should be distributed equally among them. However, if his nephew converted to Islam before he died, the nephew would receive all the inheritance and his other Christian sons will be deprived of inheritance because simply they are Christians. The discrimination is not just against non-Muslim. For example, in Tehran, which has a large Sunni population, there has been no permission issued for building even a single Sunni mosque, and many jobs in the country's leadership are reserved for Shias only. We also are witnessing much legal discrimination against ethnic groups and nationalities, including the rights of education in mother tongue that is officially recognized in the Constitution, but has not been implemented for the past 37 years. Recently, the president has promised teaching of Kurdish language in one of the universities in Sanandaj. While welcoming this move, I should remind you that what the Constitution is allowing is not just merely opening Kurdish language studies. For example, for years, Spanish, Italian, German, and Russian languages have been studied and taught in many universities in Iran. What the Constitution allows is that teaching Kurdish, Baluchi, Turkish, and Arab languages should start from elementary with teaching of Farsi. And the local languages should be taught with the same emphasis as Farsi. Unfortunately, the Iranian ethnic groups have always been pushed aside and marginalized. And even when the current president for the first time chose an advisor on issues of ethnic groups, he chose a Shia clergyman as his advisor. But someone from the minority groups should have been chosen, so their issues should have been shared directly without any intermediaries. What I touched upon is a sample of many discrimination and horrible consequences that can result from them. However, what's admirable is the determination of the Iranian peoples for overcoming these difficulties. I know in a day not too distant, we will witness a democratic Iran with no discrimination based on religion, nationality, ethnicity, or language. We shall unite and work together to rebuild that Iran. And until that glorious day comes, together and alongside each other, we shall fight against any and all types of discrimination. Wish you all the success. Shirin Abadi, London.
it over a year and a half ago on 2 or 3 occasions. And I learned a lot about the situation in Iran through the issue and the plight of the people of Ahwaz. And as I began a crash course of self-learning about Iran, I discovered, even though I have been known to be a Middle Eastern expert, but little did I know that Iran is so diverse, a country that is so rich in tradition, but also so rich in human composition. Not only did I discover that the Arab Ahwaz, where Karim comes from, and many of you come from, have been living under oppressive conditions since 1920, but they shared this plight, as I learned, and I'm sure I may be repeating things you already know, but for me, it was really an eye-opening. That there are at least 13 other minorities that have suffered also from the challenge of preserving their identity. And not that they had any secessionist intentions or plans or behavior, but the dominant Persian group, one of the 13 ethnic groups in the country, had dominated and tried to annihilate the identity. When we came to study here in the US in the 60s, there was this fight on civil rights, human rights, and the social science had also taught us a lot that the melting pot approach, which was the standard approach in America to absorb minorities, could not work anymore, as the minorities wanted to be equal but maintain their own unique identity. So they moved from the melting pot model of everybody getting melted together in one big boiling pot called the American experience. Different ethnic groups succeeded in establishing a new model, and that is the pluralistic model. That could be summarized in one phrase: different but equal. So you should not pay a price for demanding equality by giving up identity. So why not keep your identity, but be treated like an equal human being? And I think it is that model that impacted me personally, profoundly, coming from the Middle East, a region that had also many ethnic different groups, that for one reason or another, during the nationalist era that the Middle East went through, the leaders, the fathers of our independence, overlooked this diversity, and many of the ethnic groups did not mind being overlooked for the sake of the national project, the independence from foreign dominance, from the British, from the French, from the Italians, from the Spaniards, the European powers that controlled or colonized many of the countries of the Middle East in the previous 2 centuries, the 18th and 19th century. Anyhow, to make a long story short, this discovery about the pluralistic model made me realize that many of the protracted civil conflict, internal conflicts that the Middle East was beginning to see, either in Iraq over the Kurdish question, or in Sudan over the South, Negroid South, or elsewhere in Lebanon, a country that had at least 16 different ethnic groups, ethnic and religious groups, and not recognizing these differences, not finding the modality that would maintain the unity of the country, but also giving everybody his due right, his equal status in the national project. So I shifted my thinking from being a pan-Arabist nationalist to a, for the lack of a better word, a committed Democrat and a human rights activist. I had the honor of establishing the first human rights organization in the Arab world, and became also the Secretary General of that foundation for the first 10 years. And I fought for the rights of minorities in the Arab world. And then Karim, God bless his heart, said, well, you know, the Middle East is bigger than the Arab world, and the Middle East has problems similar to the ones that you fought for in the Arab world. And he drew my attention initially to the plight of the Ahwazis, but as I said, quickly through that, I began to read and to discover that beside the Ahwaz, there are the Baluch, there are the Turkmens, there are the Kurds. I counted at least 11, and then my attention was drawn in the last 2 days that there is one more minority, and that is the Iranian Afghanis, that several, 2 or 3, 3 to 4 million Afghanis took refuge in Iran, and now they've been there for 2 generations, for the last 40 years. And 40 years, they established roots, they struck roots in Iran and became one more ethnic minority in that great country of Iran. And now, I want to come to a conclusion here because I feel guilty about delaying the opening a little bit. What do we look for in the future? Iran is a pivotal country. Like Turkey, like Egypt, it's a big country in terms of population, in terms of location, strategically. Iran, furthermore, just like Egypt and like Turkey, it controls important sea lanes. The Strait of Hormuz, just like Egypt controls the Suez Canal, and Turkey, the Bosphorus and Dardanelles. So these countries, besides being big in their own right, having cultures and civilization in their own right, they're also strategically located. And during the Cold War, which many of you probably had forgotten by now, these 3 countries were very important. Iran and Turkey sided with the West right from the Shah's time. Egypt tried to be neutral. Each country paid a price for the location, so the curse of the location, which was very quickly to be joined by another curse, the curse of oil. So the curse of location and the curse of oil became a double curse for the many countries of the Middle East, including Iran. But anyhow, we should recognize, I, for one, and I hope many of you will share this perspective, want to see Iran as a good regional citizen. Iran equal, different, but not aggressive. Because in the last 5 years, there has been, you probably all know, and I don't know exactly which group in Iran is driving the country into a very regional aggressive role. So now we read about, and the leader, the commanders of the Revolutionary Guard of Iran don't hide it, actually. They post about it. They're very proud to say that they already have penetrated and dominated 4 Arab countries: Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, and they're looking for more. That approach could turn the Middle East again, which needs every ounce of wisdom and energy to develop and to catch up and to make up for the lost years of the past. We want Iran to be a good citizen of the region, to be equal, maintain its difference, its uniqueness, its great civilization, its great literature. So much of what we have learned in school, in the university, about the civilization and culture of Iran should make every Iranian proud, but also should make every Iranian responsible, and responsible for keeping that great country a good citizen of the region. I would like to at least conclude by hoping that this function here will be one more, be followed by others. And I would like to announce that we intend, in the Ibn Khaldun Center, one of the co-organizers of this event, intend to have a bigger conference in October in Cairo. Because as many of you know, if you want to draw attention to the plight of a Middle Eastern country, you have to at least touch base in the Cairo as the center of the Arab world, as again, a pivotal country like Iran. And I think, I hope many of you will be able to attend the conference in October. And we look forward to getting more and more official, Iranian official recognition that the problem could be solved without threatening the integrity of Iran. The more I read about the Ahwaz and about the other ethnic groups, I recognize that none of them, at least the mainstream of each one of them, never asked for secession or breaking Iran. But stupid decisions by the leadership could actually lead to more plight and more misery for more people in the Middle East. I want to end on an optimistic and happy note that was an American election year, presidential election year. We should also make sure that the presidential candidates, the contestants, recognize the problems of the ethnic groups in Iran and demand that with the conclusion of the nuclear file, happily averting continuous sanctions and siege of Iran, with that success, we should follow and demand another success, and that is the recognition of the rights of different ethnic groups in Iran, and demanding and putting gentle pressure, not armed pressure or economic pressure, but moral pressure on the leadership in Iran. And I'm optimistic that there are elements in the leadership in Iran, at least the little I have been reading about them, seem to be looking forward to being fully integrated in the world system, and I think they should. And with that, I would like again to thank Kareem, thank the panelists, thank you all for honoring us by being here, and look forward to seeing you in October in Cairo. Thank you very much. Who's next?
Who's on the agenda next? What's the agenda?
Annie?
Yeah, I'll try to, I have obviously a whole slew of laundry list of human rights violations of Arabs in Iran or Ahwazi Arabs, but I would like to really engage all of you in a discussion. So I'll try to be as short as I can. One of the 6 major ethnic groups that constitute Iran is the indigenous Ahwazi Arabs of Iran. Located in the geographically sensitive and oil-rich Khuzestan province, also called Arabistan by the Safavid since early 16th century and changed by Reza Shah in 1936 to Khuzestan to negate its Arab character. Arabs in Iran are about 10% of the population, scattered in several provinces, but primarily in southwestern Iran in the historical land of Al-Ahwaz. Hence, it's called Ahwazi Arabs, just like people call Bedouin Arabs or, Ahwazis constitute an indigenous, ethnic, national, and linguistic minority in Iran, numbering about 5 to 7 million people. There is a new phenomenon now, and that's religion. Arabs of Iran, primarily they were Shias, but there is a huge, and I mean huge, and mass conversion to Sunnis as a reaction to the Islamic Republic. I have 8 brothers and 4 sisters. Most of them, they're apolitical, but they all converted to Sunni, as a reaction. It's a new phenomenon, so that's why it's about. While Ahwazi lands accounts for 90% of Iranian production, Ahwazi Arabs live in abject poverty. No part of the oil revenue, none, 0%, is allocated to their area, or the local institutions. The Arab in Iran are being subjected to the eradication of their national identity, culture, language, and customs, and faced with forced assimilation, depriving Arab children from studying in their mother tongue. All these are elements of systematic ethnic cleansing against Ahwazi Arab minority in Iran, because it's wrongly perceived as disloyal or caught between the historical animosity of Persian Arab historical discourse. They are indigenous. Ahmad Kasravi, a well-respected Iranian historian, in his famous book, 500 Years History of Khuzestan, writes, and I quote, "It is certain, and there is proof, that during the Parthian era of about 4,000 years, Arabs of Al-Ahwaz have lived in Khuzestan and other parts of southern Iran." End of the quote. Other prominent early Islamic historians, such as Muhammad ibn Jarir al-Tabari, Ali ibn Athir, ibn Yaqubi, ibn Haqul, Iskandari, Nasir Khosrow, Al-Kamil, and so on, they all reference the existence of this minority in one way or another in the region. For the past 37 years, the clerical regimes put Ahwazi Arabs under political, cultural, social, and economic subjugation and lowered their status to the ranks of second and third class citizens. Socio-political structure of Iranian society is designed and subscribes to and serves the view that Iran is one nation with one language and one religion and one identity. But in fact, Iran is the most diverse country in the region, a multinational state that is comprised of six major nationalities, including Arabs, Baluch, Kurds, Persian, Turks, Turkmen, and smaller groups of other ethnic, linguistic, and tribal groups. While no one ethnic group has numerical majority nationwide, each nationality and ethnic group is the majority in its own homeland. Iran is also home to Sunnis, Christians, Jews, Baha'is, Mandanis, Zoroastrians, Yazidis, and all the other religious minorities. These ethnic and religious groups comprise at least 50 or by estimate to 65% of the population. Yet these groups, and especially Arabs, have not been accorded equal citizenship. They are not been officially recognized. By constitution, Persian language, the sole official language, and Ja'fari Shia is the official religion. All others are ignored, oppressed, neglected, or at best marginalized. According to Mr. Haji Babai, former Deputy Minister of Education in the Islamic Republic, he says only 30% of Iranian first graders entering school speak Farsi as their mother tongue. The regime strategically and deliberately privileges one ethnic group over others, thus creating inequality, exclusion, animosity, and factionalism among various ethnic groups, hence stifling solidarity and any chance of democratic transformation. But by being silent on these issues, Iranian media, writers, poets, Persian opposition groups, and intellectuals are in fact accomplices to this perpetual ethnic and religious oppression. Promoting aggressive nationalism oftentimes manifests itself in anti-Arab racism, holding Ahwazi Arabs of Iran accountable for the so-called lost mythical civilization and introduction of Islam to Iran. Ahwazi Arab people have been one of the most excluded constituent nationalities in Iran and socioeconomically rank at the bottom. Arab demands for basic human rights, including education in their mother tongue. Their demand for social and economic justice has often been labeled as separatists, secessionists, Wahhabis, or called stooges of foreign countries, or dangerous to Iranian territorial integrity. If you look at the over 1,000 executions last year during Khatami, and I looked at it, the ones who are politically motivated, the majority comes from the areas of the Baluchistan, Arab areas, and Kurdish areas. The Islamic Republic government under President Rouhani continues the forced resettlement policy to force Arab population out of Khuzestan by providing economic incentives and enticement to settlers from provinces of Isfahan, Fars, Yazd, and Rafsanjan. As in the previous regime, Governor General of Khuzestan, all other provinces' political, military, and security commanders and officers, mayors, and all high and mid-level government officials of Khuzestan have consistently been appointed from non-Arabs outside of the native Arab population. We haven't had an Arab governor in the area for the past 90 years. All the 16 governments during the Islamic Republics for the past 37 years, there has been 16 governors, starting with Madani, Qarazi, and now. All 16 have been non-Arabs, non-local. Now, and as under Ahmadinejad, and ironically, especially in the past 3 years since the election of Mr. Rouhani, the regime intensified its campaign of repression against Arab freedom fighters, human rights, and political activists by officially and publicly executing nearly 50 Arab activists, including writers, poets, teachers, and other political and human rights activists. Displaced from traditional land and crowded into slums, the Ahwazi Arabs endure human development indicator that fell below those of the Iranian national average. Under a government ethnic cleansing policy called Himayesh Sarzamini, and I will distribute a leaked letter from the Iranian government for this Himayesh Sarzamini, which is a really a racist thing that this is a directive for all the ministries, how, and they say, well, after the Iran-Iraq war, we perceive that Arabs may not be loyal, so we want to take their land, and the directive is that we want to reduce their population from whatever, 70, 80% to no more 30%. But under the Himayesh Sarzamini, 1.2 million Ahwazis were forcefully displaced to central provinces, and 1.5 million non-indigenous Persians have been resettled in government-paid resettlement towns of Ramin 1, Ramin 2, Shirin Shah. These are all totally like gated communities in Arab towns. The average malnutrition rate in Iran is 11%. But in the Arab district of Susanger, for example, the rate is 80%. That is the malnutrition among. Unemployment among Ahwazi Arabs about 40 to 50%, while the official rate is 12% in Iran. Ahwazi Arab students drop out of school at 30% during elementary, 50% during secondary, and 70% during high school because they are forced to study in a language other than their mother tongue, a language that is not their native. Not surprisingly, this outcome of an imposed single language educational system in a multilingual, multinational, multicultural society. This policy has led to economic deprivation, political sidelining, and negation of cultural identity. According to an informal survey, that perhaps up to 80% of the media in Iran and some publication, one way or the other, insult Arabs and their culture. Ahwazis cannot wear their national ethnic dress in custom in official centers. They are people ignored, they are non-official. 29 years after the war with Iraq, Arab-populated border cities destroyed during the Iran-Iraq war have largely been untouched because this helps perpetuate the policy of assimilation, ethnic cleansing, and cultural genocide. Diversion of Karun River, largest river that goes through the Arab land, you must have heard about it. The regime have erected 7 conversion dams near Khurramabad to divert the water of Karun to Rafsanjan, Yazd, and Isfahan. While Khuzestan itself, people are in Ahwaz, there's a shortage of drinking water. This diversion takes place while people add to this is the lingering effect of mining. Some of you have seen a report. I don't know if Joe Stork is here. He will be here later from Human Rights Watch. He was one of the authors of a very good piece about mines remaining in Iran. You know, I was invited some years ago in the Swiss parliament because Iran has gotten $12 million from the Europeans to demine their areas. They have never demined it. During the Iran-Iraq war, the entire border between, Iran-Iraq war has been mined heavily. That mine is still there, still kill people. But the regime of Islamic Republic gets money from the European Union to demine, but is not doing anything. It's incredible. The level of poverty among Ahwazi Arab outstripped many African countries. Yet, these African levels of deprivation are occurring in a province that has more oil wealth than UAE and Kuwait combined. Institutional racism and ethnic cleansing is, however, clashing with the awakened Ahwazi Arab nation. Thus, making the situation more explosive. And this is important, we'll talk about later. In other words, this will be discussed during the challenges of pluralism. That is, with the invention and advent of the internet, you have national awakening among these people. Arabs watch watch satellite television of Kuwait, UAE, and others, see how they live, and they look at themselves, so there is a national awakening, and if this trend continues, perpetual oppression, obviously a nation, a people, a group will not sit there and take this forever. That's why there needs to be some kind of solution before an explosion inside. Despite constitutional guarantees of equality, Amnesty International states that Ahwazi Arabs have little or no access to clean running water, sanitation, or other utilities such as electricity. Land expropriation by the Iranian authority is reportedly so widespread that it appears to amount to a policy of truly ethnic cleansing. This part of the strategy is to force the Arab to either sell their land or go to other provinces. In a visit to Khuzestan in early 2005, Special Rapporteur on Adequate Housing, Mr. Milon Kothari, in fact, he was the last Special Rapporteur that went to Iran, and I met with him in Geneva several times in 2005 and 2006. He verified, and he had a conference in Tehran. He said that lands confiscation has been conducted to set up housing and industrial projects that excluded Ahwazi Arab. He said, and I quote, "Thousands of people living with open sewers, no sanitation, no regular access to water, electricity, and no gas connection." And the estimate we received that between 200 to 250,000 Arab families being displaced from their villages, end of the quote. The confiscation of indigenous Arab land by the Iranian government has been an established policy since 1925. The confiscated lands are typically given to non-indigenous settlers. In the past 15 years, about 200,000 hectares of indigenous farmer lands have been forcefully taken over by the government and given to groups called Isargaran. If you guys follow, Isargarans are company-owned cooperatives, mostly are owned by the Revolutionary Guard, by what is that? The name of the biggest civil construction company, Ansare. Anyway, anybody? This scheme is designed to break up and change the ethnic structure and indigenous Arab part of Iran. I will stop here. Just as I said, this is stark, and I don't mean to say that, we need to explain our grievances, but that doesn't mean we cannot live together. This is the government, not the people. So I think people can sit together, and so my estimate, my best assessment is that under the good circumstances, people can live voluntarily together and can get rid of these human rights violations. Thank you. The central government deliberately marginalizes Ahwazi Arab nation. The second is the ethnic cleansing and cultural genocide. There is a systematic effort on the part of the Islamic Republic, the central government, to deny the Arab nation in Iran, the Ahwazi Arab nation, its identity. So it is a policy to ethnically cleanse them, that is, to turn them from a majority Arab in the province to a minority by forcefully pushing them out of their land into the Persian provinces and bring Persian settlers, giving them homes and giving them land into the Arab land. So that is a systematic policy of Iran. We wanted, the conference wanted to expose that to the international community on one hand, and expose there has been over 400,000 acres of Arab lands that has been taken over by the central government. In the Islamic Republic, Ahwazi Arabs are not allowed to face their children, to name their children by their Arabic name. All the names of their cities, rivers, and all their landmarks have been changed from Arabic to Persians. That is part of the ethnic cleansing policy that goes on. They have diverted the Karun Arab from the Arab land to the Persian land. So there is a systematic effort by the central government against the Arabs, and not only in government circles, but in media, in literature. In all the Iranian literature is full of hates for the Arabs, especially Ahwazi Arabs. They call them Wahhabis, they call them the stooges of foreign governments. Every legitimate demands of Ahwazi Arab people, like the study in their own language, Arabic language, the language of Quran, they are called separatists. When they demand social justice, they demand that part of the oil that comes from their land be allocated to them. They are called separatists, secessionists, Wahhabis, and all the other things. And on top of that, there have been nearly 50 executions of Ahwazi Arab human rights activists, human rights defenders, and political activists. So the Ahwazi Arab nation wants to tell the world that either the world, the international community is aware of that, or then what is the Iranian government is killing Arab people with impunity. The Iranian government is taking lands away from Arabs, and but nearly 30 years after Iran-Iraq war, the government has not rebuilt the Arab cities, Ahwazi Arab cities like Abadan, Al-Hamra, and all the other cities that have been destroyed. They have not demined the area that have been mined during the Iraq-Iran war. So this effort of systematic ethnic cleansing and genocide, cultural genocide, that is been led by Mr. Mohsen Rezai to dilute the population and turn the Arab majority to minority. And we have brought here document leaked from the Iranian government that this policy is systematic, is deliberate on the part of Iran, is against the international law.
Thank you, Karim. Of course, I should cut short my speech because whatever Karim stated applies equally to Baluchistan and Baluch. But it is really a great honor and pleasure to be here and to speak on behalf of an estimated 7 million Baluch living in Iranian Baluchistan, or as we call it, Western Baluchistan. My name is Hossein Bor, just another Washington, D.C. attorney, and used to teach in different universities in this city. And of course, I also want to thank Dr. Izzeddin, Saadeddin, and Ibn Ibn Khaldun Center, as well as Dr. Karim and Ahro for organizing this conference, which is very timely and very important. As Karim mentioned, of course, Iran is a multinational, multi-ethnic, and multi-religious state. It includes at least 6 nationalities that Karim mentioned: Persians, Turks, Arabs, Kurds, Baluch, and Turkmens. And of course, all these nationalities, they have one other characteristic in common. All of them are divided nationalities, like Kurds being divided between Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey. Similarly, Baluch are divided between Iran, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. And of course, Azerbaijan, you know, you have the northern independent Azerbaijan, and Turkmens, of course, you have them divided between Iran and Turkmenistan. Huh? So they are also divided nationalities. The title of my paper, of course, is Western Baluchistan and the Islamic Republic. And of course, some of you may not have heard about Baluchistan, because when I was a student a long time ago, 35 years ago at the AU, during the hostage crisis, of course, we were considered as Iranian, scared for our lives. So a bunch of young kids, freshmen came, said, hi, hi, hi. And of course, you know, the kids, they are very nice, Americans, very open, very friendly. Where are you from? I said, Baluchistan. And of course, they asked me the tough question, where is Baluchistan? This is 35 years ago. And then my friend Joel, he said, it's a small island, Caribbean island. And of course, that finished it. And when I compare that, right now, when you talk to a lot of people in Washington, intelligentsia, the officials, everybody, suddenly they discovered that there was a place called Baluchistan or Ahwaz and so on. And Baluchistan, of course, mean the homeland of Baluch. It stretched from the Strait of Hormuz to Karachi in Pakistan, and from west to east, and from south, of course, it is on the Gulf of Oman and Arabian Sea, Strait of Hormuz, and then from the north bordering Kerman and Khorasan provinces in Iran. So administratively, Western Baluchistan has been divided into 3 parts. One of them is called the province of Sistan and Baluchistan. The other part is called Hormozgan on the Strait of Hormuz, Mina Bashkar Giaban. And then, of course, the northern parts are up to Bam and Rafsanjan. So they are included in Kerman and Khorasan province. And of course, the reason that they have split the Baluchistan into 3 parts is to facilitate the absorption and assimilation of the Baluch into Iranian state structure under Reza Shah. And of course, historically, Baluchistan was independent till the advent of the British colonialism in mid-19th century. And of course, the British, starting in 1820s, they expressed interest in Western Baluchistan because the Indus River separated Baluchistan from subcontinent. So to protect the British Empire from potential invasion by Napoleon. So for the first time, the British appeared in Baluchistan. And of course, until 1907, the British and Russia signed an agreement where the northern part of Iran became Russian sphere of influence. The southern part of Iran, from the Strait of Hormuz to Afghanistan, became British sphere of influence. And of course, when the Bolshevik Revolution happened, the British decided to strengthen Iran, which at that time was called Persia, as a buffer state against potential expansion of the Soviet Union into Iran. And that's how we lost our independence. So Reza Shah, under approval from the British, sent Iranian troops in 1928 when they occupied Baluchistan and forcefully annexed it to Iran. And of course, Karim claimed that the Arabs are the last from all human indicators, which I don't. I thought we Baluch we had that distinction, but but so this was basically a brief history. But as a lawyer, I just want to go back to the legal approach to the policies of Iranian government, both monarchical and clerical. Just to simplify it, of course, under the Shah, we were told that, oh, we are all Iranian, the same. There's no difference between Arabs, Kurd, Baluch, Persians. We are all Iranians. But of course, in fact, Baluch were totally excluded from all decision making. And not only that, even in their own province, Baluchistan, no Baluch ever attained any position of like a governor of the province or the mayor of this. So everybody was sent from non-Persian area. So it was really administered like a colony. So otherwise the Baluch were totally denied any participation, even in their local affairs. And of course, the same policies continued under the Shah, under Khomeini and the clerical regime. And this time they were telling us, and they are telling us, that we are all Muslims. There is no difference between us. So we are all Muslims. And of course, but they know that, and of course they say that, but there are those Khudis, those from us. So we are outsider, because we are Sunnis. We are Sunnis, and they have been more oppressive, repressive, and discriminatory against Baluch under the Islamic Republic. And of course, I should go back to the constitution of both Islamic Republic and the constitutional of 1906, the constitutional revolution, and of course the constitution of the Islamic Republic. I went over both of them. The only difference really between them is the theocratic color of the Islamic Republic. Otherwise, the supreme leader has, under new constitution, has much more power than the Shah had, because he is the representative of God on earth. So he's the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He can dismiss the elected president at will. He can dismiss the parliament. And of course, he ran a government in government based on Revolutionary Guard and controlling almost 50% of the state economy. So, and of course, both constitution, of course, refer to the concept of Millet-e-Iran, the nation of Iran. And of course, but when you really look at that, the nation of Iran is equated with Persian nationalism, not the nationalism of Baluch or Kurds or Arabs. So in Article 115 of the Islamic Constitution, Article 115, of course, we have the pleasure and honor of Dr. Carr, a prominent lawyer, who dedicated her life to the promotion of women's rights, children's rights, labor rights. She's here. You can ask her. They clearly exclude the Sunnis, which are 1/3 or 1/4 of Iranian population, from holding the office of presidency or the supreme leader. So if you are a Sunni, you can vote for the leader, but you cannot be elected. So basically 1/3 of the population of Iran are constitutionally reduced to second-class citizen in their own homeland. So this is Article 15. And of course, there is another article, of course, about Velayat Faqih, the governance of religious jurists, which of course is the basis of the supreme leader, the government we have in Iran. That Velayat Faqih has no base in Sunni theology. We do not believe, Sunnis, they don't believe in Velayat Faqih. But of course, that is the law of the land and we have to follow. And of course, as mentioned, under Iranian constitution, Islamic Republic constitution, the use of Baluchi language like Kurdish or Turkish or Arabic language is prohibited in schools, in offices, or any official use, even though the constitution clearly permits that you can, the local languages are free, but of course it says teaching them, yes, they are good, allowed, which has never been implemented in the 37 years, but it says that also, but not in offices, not officially. So these are the, and of course this constitutional provision have been translated into many other laws and regulation, institutionalizing these discriminations against the Baluch and other Sunnis in Iran. And of course, we'll talk about the Sunnis in another panel later. And then, of course, going back, this is just a brief about policies of the legal system in Iran, which institutionalizes discrimination against the non-Persian ethnic minorities, as well as against Sunnis. And of course, we are Muslims. If they treat Sunnis like that, think what they have done to Baha'is. They have no rights whatsoever to our fellow Jewish citizen, Iranian Jewish citizen, Iranian Christians. So think what they have done. If we are Muslim, we are treated like that. So that tells you a lot about their others. And of course, in terms of policies toward the Baluch, the only thing that we can claim distinction are the highest numbers of execution in Baluchistan under the Islamic Republic. And of course, we are talking here about mass executions in Baluchistan. Even though, I mean, we are a very small population, 7 million, but the number of Baluch executed under Ahmadinejad as well as under Khatami compared to their population are highest among people executed in Iran. And just to tell you an example, this has been acknowledged by the government of Iran. Can you believe it? But I think it was probably either a mistake or it was a slip of tongue. But there is this lady, she is the vice president of President Rouhani for women and family affairs. And her name is Shaheen Dokhte Molaverdi, Iran's vice president. And she acknowledged in an interview last year that such mass executions have taken place. In her words, this is her quotation from her, she says, we have, this is a quotation, we have a village in Sistan and Baluchistan where all the men in that village were executed. And of course, she's a woman, vice president for women's, and then she discusses this in the context that she, as the vice president for women and family, the government has to take care of their children and families because they have no other people to support them. And of course, right now he is being prosecuted by the judiciary for saying this. So that tells you. And of course, in 2009, there was a clash. At the same time, Balochistan is really has seen a low-level insurgency for the last 10, 12 years. And it was very intensified under Ahmadinejad. So in one clash between the Baluch insurgents and the government, 6 Revolutionary Guard generals were killed and numerous others. And as a retaliation, they executed 13 Baluch the same day. And these were people who had been arrested long time before, had nothing to do with that incident, but like a medieval justice system. So they brought these poor guys who were arrested long before, and they executed them the same day, just as a retaliation, without any due process, without any trial, without any sense of justice. So this is their approach when it comes to mass execution in Balochistan. And of course, these are examples I'm telling you which have happened numerous times, and including last year. There was another clash between the Baluch insurgent and the Revolutionary Guards. And of course, I mentioned Revolutionary Guard because the Revolutionary Guard, they rule Balochistan. It's under their rule. There was a clash, and 14 Revolutionary Guards or border guards were killed, 16, and then the next day they did the same. They executed 16 Baluch. This is that tells you the extent of atrocities against the Baluch in Iran. And of course, when we go to cultural discrimination. We have, of course, political repression. As I mentioned, Baluch have no say in running their affairs in their own province, let alone having a voice in the central government in Iran. And of course, our Baluchi language and our culture is under threat. We are not allowed to publish, to write in our own mother tongue. And of course, this applies equally to Arabs and other ethnic groups in Iran. And of course, economic discrimination, what Karim mentioned, is the same worst indicators in terms of life expectancy, childbirth, they are in Balochistan, and these are well documented. I was told that my time is running out, and of course, religious discrimination, because we are Sunnis, and of course, 1/3 of the population of Iran Sunnis, at least. We have no rights, as I mentioned. And these policies, of course, of central government under both Shah as well as under political regime has provoked, of course, a Baluch nationalism, which is seeking self-rule or self-determination, depending on who you talk to. Basically, Iran faces the same dilemma that other countries like UK, Canada, France, they face. But those countries, of course, because of their level of civilization, you saw the referendum last year in Scotland. The Scottish, they said they want to self-rule. Nobody accused, no English or Wales accused the Scots of being traitors or separatists or something, huh? Peacefully, freely, there was a referendum. They said, no, we want to be part of Scotland. So there's no bloodshed. And if Iran want to remain a prosperous, unified state, they have to address this in the future. Yeah. I thank you very much.
From Iran, I would like to thank, let me have some water, please, apparently. I would like to thank Ibn Khaldun Center, and especially Dr. Saduddin for his presence here. It's an honor to meet him. Also, Ahro Center and Dr. Abdian, which I consider basically a person, one of my heroes, honestly, because he has devoted his life to this struggle. And I have learned from him, and I always admire him because just constantly he wants to raise awareness about issues of Arabs. And basically my friends here, they have disheartened me. I mean, I being an Azerbaijani, I don't have much to talk about when you look at their problems. But then, Azerbaijanis have problems of their own. I want to talk briefly about where they live. They're concentrated in the northwest part of Iran, in Azerbaijan provinces, but they're scattered also mostly in central Iran and in north Iran. Then probably you can't find a province in Iran that wouldn't have at least one Azerbaijani village in it. So that's how widespread they are. Their language is Azerbaijani Turkish, which is a Turkic language. It's almost the same as the language spoken in the Republic of Azerbaijan, but very close to Turkish of Turkey, which it's mutually intelligible between the two groups. Azerbaijanis are largely integrated into Iranian society. Basically, they're everywhere. They're in the military, they're in the academia, they're in trade, everywhere, in arts. But what are we complaining about? What is the problem? And the problem is that, which bothers me the most, is this notion of Persian supremacy. Basically, the ruling ethnic group currently, which are the Persians, are promoting this Persian supremacy. In my opinion, it's nothing short of racism. That Persian language is the best language. The Aryan race is the purest. I mean, you can see that in TV broadcasts from LA. They keep talking about that. Najad Pache Aryai, the pure Aryan race. It is today, currently, that is being broadcast on satellite TV from LA. And that is number one problem that Azerbaijanis are dealing with. And this issue of basically, in my opinion, it's psychological warfare against all non-Persian ethnic groups, especially the Azerbaijanis. And there are some examples of that. Recently, the biggest revolt, in my opinion, against the Iranian government happened in May 2006. An Iranian official newspaper called Iran, which has the name of Iran, it's the official newspaper of the Iranian government, had a caricature in its Friday edition, which is especially for children, depicting an Azerbaijani as a cockroach. There is this, the article is about how to fight cockroaches, and they show various ways of them. And there is this little boy who wants to find a way to communicate with the cockroach to see how he can deal with them. And there's one word, namana, which means what? And that one word, believe me, mobilized Azerbaijanis that no political party could do. That one article did what a lot of political groups could not do for years or for decades. The whole Azerbaijan region, small towns, including many people within the government, rose. That was the biggest uprising, rose against the government. They had mass rallies on the streets for days. Eventually, the Iran newspaper was shut. The guy who had drawn that caricature, they let him leave the country. But then here we go again. Last year, this Fetile TV show, which is a very popular TV show, again, for Iranian children, shows an Azerbaijani father and son who have traveled to Tehran, and they are so uncivilized that they've never seen a modern hotel room. So they don't know how to use the bathroom. They see a brush for cleaning bathroom, and they use it to brush their teeth. And they aired this, and obviously there was a uprising. Then the TV producer comes on TV and apologizes. But the people know this thing, somebody wrote a scenery for this. They filmed this. They edited. Somebody saw this before they let it go on the air. And then they come and apologize. The show did stop. No, it's no longer on the air. But the psychological damage, that's what I'm calling psychological warfare. That is not, it will go on. There are a lot of Azerbaijanis in Iran who are very reluctant to acknowledge their ethnicity, their ethnic background. Famous Iranian singer recently passed away, Mr. Habib Mohibbian. Some Iranians might know him. How many knew that he was ethnic Azerbaijani? How many knows that he was ethnic Azerbaijani? Not many, because he rarely acknowledged his Azerbaijani heritage. Although he sang a song after this earthquake in Ardabil, but he rarely acknowledges his, and we have many people like that, like they're telling us, you Azerbaijanis, what are you complaining about? The supreme leader is Khamenei. He's Azerbaijani, or at least half Azerbaijani. Mir Hossein Mousavi, he was prime minister for 8 years. Mehdi Bazargan, the first prime minister of the Islamic Republic, was there for a long time. Then we had all these people in key roles of government, like Meshkini, Mousavi Ardabili, And these guys were at highest roles of decision making. But the thing is, how many Azerbaijanis are in the decision making roles of the Iranian government now? Very few. I know only one Azerbaijani who's at the cabinet of Mr. Rouhani. That's it. So that trend of diminishing role of Azerbaijanis in the Iranian government is continuing with much rapid speed. During Constitution Revolution, Tabriz was rival of Tehran in many things. Azerbaijan was one of the most developed regions of Iran. And now, whatever is going on in Azerbaijan, it's because of the local people that they do. The Iranian government never does anything special for Azerbaijan region. Compare Tabriz to Shiraz, Isfahan, other cities. Tabriz has stayed stagnant. It's one of the large cities that is losing population. I mean, relatively comparing. It was more populous than Tehran at the beginning of the century. Now it has become fourth largest city in Iran, and it might become fifth because Shiraz is closely behind Tabriz. But it's not just the population, because what does that tell you? That there is not much in Azerbaijan region for people to go there. Azerbaijanis themselves are going to other parts of Iran for better opportunities. That's one reason. Another reason is that the Iranian government is very reluctant to let Azerbaijanis to use their money in Azerbaijan region, to invest in Azerbaijan region. I know many people who wanted to build factories in Azerbaijan region. Government told them there are many incentives for them if they use their money in other parts of Iran. Even building hospitals, and they didn't want, the Iranian government didn't want that to happen in Azerbaijan region. They said, why don't you build it in Tehran, and Azerbaijanis could go there too. But anyway, I lost, I just want to go back to my notes, trying to basically raise awareness what the problems of the Azerbaijanis are really. Our problems are different. Azerbaijanis have played this dual role of, I have to acknowledge that they have been victims and victimizers. We cannot deny that. Azerbaijanis have been very active in, suppressing other groups in Iran. That we cannot deny that. Iranian government has have used them for that. But on the other hand, they have been victims themselves, especially when it comes to this being victims of the psychological warfare of Persian supremacy, which continues to this very date. Let me just briefly, Azerbaijanis, as I said, have been very active in Iranian society, from politics to economy to art, you name it. They were very active in the Constitutional Revolution, and they didn't get much after the success of the Constitutional Revolution. That's why we had the 1945 uprising in Azerbaijan region, which resulted in the autonomous Azerbaijan Republic. Reza Shah, who took over after the Turkic Qajars, did not do much for the Azerbaijan region, so they felt compelled to uprise and have their own autonomous region. And to this date, Azerbaijanis are being punished because of that 1 year. We are still being punished for that 1 year. Nobody can deny that. We are still being punished for that. Okay, what else? Thank you. I'll just, let me just wrap up, talked about this. But I am very optimistic. One thing that cannot be denied, and that is Azerbaijanis have become very much self-aware of their ethnicity, their history, their culture. And you see, for example, where does this show up? In soccer matches. Tabriz has this famous soccer team called Teraktor Sazi. Persians want it to be called Teraktor Sazi, but Azerbaijanis deliberately, with Turkish accent, call it Traktur. And they want to emphasize on that. This is ours. We would like to call it the way we would want to call it. You don't have to tell us what the name of our team is. And same is true about Urmia's volleyball team. You see many nationalistic slogans in these matches, and even anti-government slogans. They see this. And also, I would wrapping up, and that is, because of the sheer size of Azerbaijanis, the Iranian government is very careful how to deal with them. There are a lot of Azerbaijani political activists. They arrest them, they rough them up, they beat them up, they threaten them, and they let them go. We have not had any recent executions. It's rare. It's rare because the Iranian government is very, very careful about that. They don't want to create heroes, and so that's where we are. I'm very optimistic, again, because of the self-awareness about Azerbaijanis. This region has become so united. The former Iranian government, Pahlavi, used to play these cities against each other, like Tabriz against Urmia, Tabriz against Ardabil. That has largely diminished now. Urmia and Tabriz probably are the closest Azerbaijani cities in everything. So I'm very optimistic for future. And this recent concession of the Iranian government that there is a government degree to teach Turkish and Kurdish in the regions that these languages are spoken, it's a result of this struggle. Basically, they feel that they have to give in to some of these demands. Thank you very much for your attention.
As you're all aware, Iran in 2015 broke a record in having the largest number of executions per capita. So by executing 966 people in 2015 alone, Iran broke the record. And remember that majority of the people executed belong to ethnic minorities. In 2015, and the statistics that I'm sharing with you today is the statistics that my organization has gathered together. Remember that Iran is never transparent about their execution, the identity of the people in the prison, and there are a lot of secret executions happening, but they're all happening in areas where ethnic minorities live. So 1,252 political prisoners are suffering in Iran right now, and 476 of them are Kurds. Now remember, Kurds make up an estimated, again, we don't have clear statistics, but we're a minority in Iran. We make up maximum 18% of the entire population, but we are a majority when it comes to political prisoners. In 2015, 93 people were sentenced for muharebe. Now, that's a familiar term for most of you here. It's a very vague charge, meaning enmity against God, that can be interpreted in any way. One of the common ways to interpret it is in a country that is run by the representative of God on earth, speaking up against that representative means you are an enemy of God. So out of that 93 people that were sentenced for muharebe, 63 of them were Kurds. I want you to take a close look at this man's face. He's only 25 years old. He's sentenced with 25 years imprisonment. He's suffering from cancer. The reason I want you to look at his face, because any day now, and I hope against hope that won't happen, but you might hear his name, that he's dying in prison. He has been on hunger strike. There have been tons of activists raising voice about what he's suffering through. He's suffering from cancer. He's denied medical treatment. Now, according to Iranian laws, when you have someone in your custody, when they get sick in your prison, you're responsible for providing medical treatment to them. But Iran, breaks its own law by denying medical attention to a lot of political prisoners in Iran. He's not alone. We also have Zainab Jalalian, who's losing her eyesight, and tons of other prisoners, mostly from ethnic minorities, who are denied medical treatment. Another topic I want you to pay attention to is, like anywhere else in the world, the primary victims of horrific injustice are women and children. Now, I don't like to put women and children together all the time because they really have no business of, like, you have to look at their cases separately. But one of the common problems that children today suffer from is what Dr. Karim mentioned, landmines. When did the war end with Iraq? 1988. So not only they have had budget to clean up the area, they have had also tremendous amount of time to clear the area from landmines. But to this day, as I'm speaking to you, people are losing their limbs and are losing their lives to landmines that were planted 28 years ago minimum. So in 2015, 20 people died of landmines, and 28 Kurds specifically, were amputated and wounded. Linguistic exclusion, something that all of my colleagues here talk to you about, is a very, and this has been studied, that it is a legitimate cause for school dropping off from school. So linguistic exclusion has contributed to the larger and larger number of people dropping out of school. That is not the only reason. Another common reason is unemployment and poverty. Now, unemployment is a problem that has affected the entire country, but the situation is significantly worse when in the areas where ethnic minorities live. Now, according to the official statistic, and that's the picture of a young boy who lost his limb, that's from 2015. According to official statistics, more than 1,200 students in just one of the provinces where Kurds live, and Kurds live in northwest of the country in several provinces. In just one of the provinces, and this is official statistics of Iran, almost 1,300 high school students dropped off from school. And now you have to take their statistics always with a grain of salt, because we know that there are a lot of homeless. Activists say that there are at least 500 homeless kids in Sanandaj alone, in Kurdistan province. And the fact that they are denied education is not counted. But let's go with the official statistics that Iran offers. In 21st century, 220,000 people are illiterate only in Kurdistan province. Now, 60,000 of those people who are not able to read and write are between the ages of 10 to 49. And that's a disaster. And you don't have to be a Kurd to know how horrible that is. And then I'm gonna talk to you about the situation of Kurdish women, but I like to put that in context. Now, again, Kurdish women suffer from multiple levels of oppression. But you need to keep in mind that in 1919, Kurds had their first women organizations. That in 1945, when we had Kurdistan Republic, Chapter 4, Article 21 specifically mentioned that women need to have an active role in economy, in politics, and in social matters. Now, I don't want to idealize that. I don't want to say that if we apply today's feminist ideas, they would exactly match those ideas. But I want you to know that all the Western travelers have documented the fact that Kurds had female governors at a time when that was never heard of in our neighborhoods. Now, again, I don't want to fantasize and idealize anything. These were women who were wives or daughters of powerful men. But the fact that they were allowed to be governors was unique in that region. Now, despite that history, despite that our intellectuals and activists have been trying to say that and promote gender equality, we are suffering from alarming rates of self-immolation. The fact that these women choose fire to end their lives, because there are a lot less painful ways to end your life. But the fact that they put their bodies on fire, that is the loudest cry to protest. That is the loudest protest to say, this life is not worth living. We also have large numbers of child brides, of course. That goes back to patriarchy, to poverty, and to a lot of other issues. Yet another problem. When it comes to unemployment, Kurds and I think Baluch have the same problem. We have a group called Kolbar. Kolbar is a Kurdish word. The word kol means back, and bar means courier. So these border couriers are people who have to carry goods on their backs for hours and sometimes for days. Goods like tobacco, like tea. They carry it on their backs or they put it on their mules and they cross impassable mountain passages between Iraq and Iran, trying to make how much? $10 a day. But that is their only way to earn a living. That is their only way to feed themselves and their families. Again, Iran is suffering from unemployment, but this is how it affects those poor regions a lot more. According to the statistics that we have gathered, and we are in close contact with local activists, we interviewed the family of the victims, and please bear in mind that family of the victims are often terrified, are even telling our activists that their children have been shot or have been wounded or have been arrested. So what we have verified so far, in 2015, 39 Kolbar were shot by Iranian border guards. 29 were wounded. Countless thousands were arrested. Their animals are killed. People who are risking their lives to earn $10 a day, their animals is their everything. But they're easily shot by border couriers. And keep in mind that that is breaking Iran's laws again. That according to Iran's laws, you're not supposed to shoot somebody that's crossing the border. You have to warn them. There are several stages that you have to go through. But the reality is that they're easily shot, they're easily killed, and their families are also silenced. Most of the people doing this hard job are between the ages of 17 to 45. If they aren't killed by Iranian border guards, they die of hypothermia and other difficulties of the type of job that they deal with. And again, this is not limited to Kurds alone, but this is an unaccountable killing. We're talking about the fact that to this day, not even one person has been brought to justice for killing random people. Now, this year, for the second time, arsznajder of the United Nations mentioned the situation of the Kolbars to Iran. And they said in answer that they have a difficult time distinguishing between bandits, armed bandits, and these Kolbars. So far, what I mentioned to you, and I just I have to speak to you about these deep problems in just 10 minutes, and there's only so much I can focus on. And just why I wanted to highlight some of our biggest problems, because our issues run a lot deeper than that. But I'm going to end on this note. So what I just talked to you about is what Iranian government is doing to us. They're terrified by Kurds. Kurds are seen not as humans, but as threats. So the best way to deal with them is to suppress them as much as possible. Thank you. This was... I want to talk about not just the fact that the masses in Iran grow up believing that they are superior, that if they are born and raised in Tehran, not that they are better off, but they are superior to the rest of Iran. I'm not talking about masses. I'm not talking about the government. Today, I want to talk to you and end on this note, the ethnocentrism of the democratic movement. What is happening is even the opposition does not recognize diversity as strengths. Instead, they're terrified by diversity. And why is that? What the Iranian opposition and the Iranian government have in common, and no one likes to admit this, is that for both of them, land is more valuable than life. The threat of losing land is so deep that dealing with the minorities question is always tinged with bias and apprehension. Now, let me be very, very clear. I'm not here today to advocate separation. I don't think that would solve our problems. I don't want to exchange a Persian dictator with a Kurdish dictator. That would not solve any of the problems that I talked to you today about. But I want to point out to the fact that separatism is not a crime. It is a political term. And for as long as in our country, we cannot talk about the idea of separatism as an element and a fundamental of democracy, and instead separatist is a loaded, hateful term, we will not be able to have a dialogue. We will not be able to have a conversation and understand each other. So in order to make that happen, we need to put our fears aside. We need to value humanity above keeping acres. But for as long as, and you have to remember this, for as long as acres matter more than human life in Iran, there will be no pluralism and no democracy. Thank you very much for your time.
So my name is Ava Homa. I'm a writer, journalist, and an activist. I attended the conference today to give a voice to what Kurds in Iran are going through. This is an important and unique conference because this is the first time that we're specifically focused on minorities issue. And I was glad and I learned a lot from my colleagues as they spoke about their specific plight, but I wanted to let the world know how much and to what extent Iran is suffocating and suppressing the Kurds in Iran. Talked about the fact that, yes, Kurds are a minority within the countries, but we are a majority when it comes to political prisoners. You know, we're talking about a country that executed close to 1,000 people in 2015 alone and became the world's first executioner per capita. So in that same government, a lot of Kurdish political prisoners are suffering from different types of illnesses, but Iran denies this prisoner medical attention, even though according to Iranian constitution and laws, they are supposed to be responsible for the health care of those in their custody. I also talked about the fact that 30 years after the war has ended, children, mostly children, but also people of different ages, are still losing their limbs to landmines. That in 2015 alone, 20 people died on landmine explosion and 28 were wounded or amputated. I talked about gender issues because a lot of time this matters and these atrocities affect women and children on a much higher level. So unfortunately, even though Kurds have a proud history of having paid attention to women's situation, today we have an alarming rate of self-immolation among women. And this is horrible that these people find no other way to protest to their situation but to put their bodies on fire. And you don't have to be a woman to know how heartbreaking it is. You don't have to be a Kurd either to realize how horrible that situation is. And then I talked about the Kolbar, the straight people who are killed unaccountably by the border guards, Iranian border guards, and how nobody has been brought to justice so far over shooting these people who live in abject poverty.
The Azerbaijani in Iran, which are a large segment of the society, the challenges they face is that lack of education in their mother tongue. This is one demand they have, then they emphasize on it. We want education in Azerbaijani for all children in Azerbaijan. Also, this psychological warfare that Iranian government and the Persian groups have started and they continued against all ethnic minorities is having a really terrible impact on Azerbaijanis and all others. We want this Persian supremacy to end. We want equality for all. Azerbaijanis have been living with the Persians and all other groups in Iran for centuries. We want that to continue and the life of all people in Iran to flourish, but we have to recognize our existence of each other and rights of each other and work for peaceful resolution of any problems that we might have so we can coexist and in a free and prosperous Iran.
So when you say minority, you mentioned some numbers, right?
Right.
Percentage. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, Azerbaijan's in Iran, there's really no true statistics or census information based on ethnicity, but a good educated estimate is that Azerbaijanis are about 1/3 of Iran's population. That would make it about from 25 to 30 million there, concentrated in northwestern Azerbaijan region. But Tehran is also has a large concentration of Azerbaijanis. All the northern provinces in Iran and also central provinces have large Azerbaijani communities.
So when you say challenges and you say number, and then it comes, what is from your perspective the solution?
The solution is federalism, I think, would be very suitable for Iran. Just ethnic groups living in various parts of Iran, like Azerbaijanis in the northwest, would have their own local government. Same for the Ahwazi Arabs, Baluchis, Kurds, Turkmens. They can have their own local government, and then we can have the central government in Tehran. They would be in charge of military, and foreign policy. The local governments would handle their own local affairs. We have models like Switzerland and Canada. I think Iran is mature enough, stable enough to have such a system for governing. Thank you.
Religion is a driver of division in the Middle East at the present time. We have a proxy war taking place, particularly in Syria, but also spreading to other neighboring countries in Iraq and Lebanon and so on. And Iran is very much a protagonist on one side of that. And religion is being used as a mobilizing force by the Iranian government to advance its interests. And on the other side of that, we see Sunni powers, particularly Saudi Arabia and Turkey, also using religion on the opposite side. And the product of that has been enormous human suffering and conflict. So it'll be interesting to hear from Dr. Bohr on our panel speaking about the Sunni perspective on that. In addition, we have two other perspectives. We have a perspective from the Jewish community in Iran and from the Baha'i community. I think their situation is probably somewhat different, not so caught up with geopolitical struggles in the region, but nonetheless pressing and urgent. So without further introduction from me, we're going to change slightly the order of speakers. Anthony Vance, who is the Director of Public Affairs for the Baha'is of the United States, will speak first.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to start off by simply mentioning or thanking the conference organizers for what is, at least I've been in Washington now for a little over 5 years, and I don't think I've attended an event on Iran that is so comprehensive in terms of the number of different kinds of groups that are being addressed in one day, and in a fairly discreet way, so that the audience can get a pretty good idea as to what's going on. I know that there's been a tremendous amount of press in the last few weeks about the situation of the Baha'is in Iran. And those of you who have followed it, I'm sure are wondering what has happened since this great brouhaha took place, but I'll get to that in the course of my talk. But I often find that there is still so much that is not understood in terms of background about the situation of the Baha'is in Iran, that I have to start and do a little bit of that in order to have this all make sense. Now, the Baha'i faith is an independent world religion with more than 5 million followers in over 200 countries and territories, representing virtually every racial, national, ethnic, and other kind of group on the planet. The faith originated in Iran, as you all know. It spread rapidly in the mid-1840s, immediately after its inception, and included, in fact, several notable clerics among its adherents. This triggered a violent reaction, instigated or supported by a majority of the clergy, during which some 10,000 Baha'is were killed over the course of a decade, that is, from the mid-1840s to the mid-1850s. The primary reason for which Baha'is are persecuted is theological. Most of the Islamic clergy in Iran believe that Islam is the final religion of God. The Baha'i faith, a religion that arose after Islam, is therefore viewed by most of Iran's clergy as heresy and blasphemy, and Baha'is are viewed as apostates. Now, in addition, on a second level, Iran's clerics view certain teachings of the Baha'i faith as threatening. For instance, the Baha'i faith does not have a clergy and holds that each individual has the duty to investigate spiritual truth and arrive at his or her own beliefs. In addition, among many other things differentiating the faith from Shia Islam, Baha'is believe strongly in the equality of women and men, in the interpretation of religious scripture in a way that does not make it inconsistent with science, and in the validity and divine origin of non-Abrahamic religions as well as the Abrahamic religions. While the intense brutality against Baha'is began to subside toward the end of the 19th century, unequal treatment, social hostilities, and sporadic surges in violence continued during much of the 20th century. After the Islamic Revolution of 1979, Baha'is became the target of severe and systematic state-sponsored persecution, and it became official government policy to oppress Baha'is. In the years following the revolution, over 200 Baha'is were killed, mainly through execution by the government. Thousands of Baha'is were imprisoned, many of them tortured, Baha'i holy places were destroyed, and Baha'i cemeteries have been desecrated and repeatedly attacked, including the excavation of the large Baha'i cemetery in Shiraz just the year before last. The government also made and continues to make concerted efforts to impoverish the Baha'i community. After the revolution, Baha'is were dismissed from government jobs and denied pensions, and private employers were pressured and continue to be pressured not to hire them. Baha'is still suffer frequent raids on their homes and businesses, including very recent spates of shop closures, and their property is routinely seized without compensation. Now, Baha'is were also, after the revolution, dismissed from university positions, and Baha'i students are excluded from the nation's system of higher education. The 7 members of the former ad hoc leadership group of the Baha'i community and 8 instructors in the Baha'i Institute for Higher Education, an informal alternative for higher education created by the Baha'i community in 1987, are among the 72 Baha'is currently in prison in Iran. This represents a significant rise in the number of prisoners since the beginning of this century, when it had dropped to single digits. In the last 2 to 3 years, there has also been a surge in anti-Baha'i hate propaganda in the state-sponsored media. In 2010 and 2011, approximately 22 anti-Baha'i articles were appearing every month in the state-sponsored media. Now, in 2014, the number of anti-Baha'i articles rose to approximately 401 per month, 18 times the level of 2010 and 2011. In July 2013, the Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, reissued a religious decree prohibiting Iranian Muslims from associating with members of the, quote, deviant sect, end quote, a well-known reference to Baha'is. In October 2014, the review of Iran's human rights record before the UN Human Rights Council revealed that Iran had failed to live up to dozens of promises made during its Universal Periodic Review in 2010, including several related to the Baha'is. Yet, in an astonishingly blatant falsehood, written in a written response to the Council, Iran declared that, quote, minorities, including Baha'is, enjoyed a full range of opportunities and privileges, end quote. This making of false statements, false public statements about the treatment of Baha'is has become the standard pattern over the last several years. You may recall, though, immediately after the revolution, the government made no bones about what it was doing. It was killing Baha'is because they were Baha'is, or it was arresting Baha'is because they were Baha'is. But this attempt to conceal has become harder and harder for the government to pull off. In January, for example, of this year, 25 Baha'is in northern Iran, in the province of Golestan, were sentenced to prison terms of between 6 and 11 years just for being Baha'is. In the sentencing document, it was actually stated that belief in the Baha'i prophet is in itself considered to be a criminal offense of making propaganda against the regime. This runs, obviously, directly counter to statements by senior officials, such as Foreign Minister Zarif, who last year, in an interview with Charlie Rose on American TV, said, quote, "We do not jail people for their opinions," end quote. 1 month ago, an uproar began in Iran when photos were shared on social media showing Faizeh Hashemi, the former member of parliament and also the daughter of former president Rafsanjani, visiting Fariba Kamalabadi, one of the 7 imprisoned members of the informal leadership group of the Baha'is of Iran. Mrs. Kamalabadi was on a 5-day furlough, her first since she and the other Baha'i leaders were imprisoned in 2008. The two had shared a prison cell together for 6 months in 2012 and had become friends. The spread of these photos on social media triggered an extraordinary backlash. At least 162 clerics and high-ranking government officials spoke out against Ms. Hashemi and the Baha'is. For example, in his sermon about 3 weeks ago, on Friday, May 20th, Ayatollah Imami Kashani, the Friday prayer leader of Tehran, one of the most senior clerics in Iran, and an appointee of Ayatollah Khamenei, when addressing the congregation, referred to the Baha'is as a, quote, polluted sect, end quote, and asked of his audience which country and which constitution allows the enemy to live within its borders. Also, on May 20th, several dozen Friday prayer leaders in 25 of the 31 provinces of Iran condemned the Baha'i faith with similar words, claiming that it is not a faith, a religion, or an ideological belief, but rather a fabricated political party. It should be noted, by the way, that the Association of Friday Prayer Leaders, a 9-member council, is appointed by the Supreme Leader, and it oversees the themes for the weekly sermons that are provided by the mosques in Iran. In another development, the editor of the Kayhan newspaper, which of course is considered in Iran as the mouthpiece of the Supreme Leader, referring to the Baha'i faith, stated, quote, "Each and every member of this sect is considered a member of this Zionist party." Of course, the government of Iran takes the fact that the Baha'i faith has its world center in what is today Israel as a sign that it must be a Zionist organization, rather than as an indication of a historical fact that the Persian Empire and then the Ottoman Empire exiled Baha'u'llah, the founder of the Baha'i faith, to what was then Palestine in 1868 and part of the Ottoman Empire. Now, statements, like the one that appeared in Kehan, flatly contradict the claims made by Iranian officials at the UN and in other venues that only Baha'is whom they allege have committed crimes are in prison, and that the community as a whole is treated well. Such statements, however, also invite violence against the community, as it is common knowledge that Baha'i blood is considered mubah, meaning that it can be spilled with impunity, a status that, despite their own serious problems with persecution, Christians, Jews, and Zoroastrians, as recognized religious minorities under Iran's constitution, do not share with Baha'is. The unsolved and never seriously investigated shooting death of a prominent Baha'i in Bandar Abbas, Ataullah Rezvani, on August 24th of 2013 was preceded, by the way, by sporadic, inflammatory, anti-Baha'i sermons in Bandar Abbas, including, reportedly, one that took place the day before Mr. Rezvani was shot. Now, the upsurge in May of hate propaganda was, of course, very disturbing for us. It was unclear whether it was designed to prepare the public for an official crackdown on the Baha'i community or to signal to vigilantes that the time was ripe for physical assaults on Baha'is and their property. Fortunately, the hate propaganda has subsided over the last 2 weeks to its normal high levels. And we have thus far received no reports of any acts of violence against the Baha'is during that 2-week time period. It should be noted that among human rights activists in Iran and the general populace, the broader trends have been much more positive than with the government of Iran. A number of human rights activists in Iran have spoken out in support of Faezeh Hashemi and the rights of the Baha'i community. This has continued a strong trend of support from Iran's human rights community over the last roughly 5 to 10 years. In addition, attitudes in the general public towards Baha'is have moved a remarkably favorable distance over the last 10 years. This is perhaps attributable to a number of factors. One, the growing awareness, greatly assisted by the internet, of the Baha'i community's peaceful nature. 2, the wide circulation of a 2009 open letter addressed to the Baha'i community and signed by over 250 prominent Iranian intellectuals and artists, mainly in the diaspora, expressing shame for the manner in which Iran has treated its Baha'i minority. 3, the regime's unpopularity and lack of credibility, which has undermined its anti-Baha'i propaganda. 4, Nobel laureate Shireen Ebadi's willingness in 2008 to be the attorney for the imprisoned 7-person Baha'i leadership group. 5, the 2008 statement of the one-time official successor of Ayatollah Khomeini, the late Ayatollah Montazeri, that Baha'is should be granted citizens' rights. And of course, now Faezeh Hashemi's reported recent statements indicating that Baha'is should be accorded full civil and human rights will undoubtedly be an additional factor influencing public opinion. Now, in conclusion, in contrast to public sentiment, those who hold the key levers of power in Iran remain, unfortunately, implacably hostile to the Baha'i community. And as former chair and vice chair of the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, Robbie George and Katrina Lantos Sweat mentioned in a recent article on May 13th, for the government of Iran, quote, with respect to the Baha'i community, quote, eradication is the goal, end quote. But today, this is not through the executions that took place, summary executions in the 80s and 90s, but rather through social isolation and economic pressure. As Iran seeks a society in which journalists don't report on important realities, Human rights lawyers fail to defend their clients robustly. Women's rights advocates acquiesce to the status quo. Legitimate expression is narrowly defined, and freedom of religion and belief is, for most meaningful purposes, non-existent. Of course, Western governments would do well to include in their evaluation of Iran as a responsible actor on the international stage not only its international behavior, but also its extension of human rights to its own people. For that, it would be difficult to find a better bellwether than their treatment of the Baha'i community. Thank you very much.
I want to thank the organizers of this program. I only regret that one group was not invited here, and that's the members of the intersection of the Iranian government. And they should have been here to hear firsthand what the problems in the country is. What is it like to be a Jew in Iran these days? We are primarily surrounded by ignorance. Ignorance about who is a Jew, what is a Jew like. In spite of the fact that Iranian Jews have lived in Iran for over 2,700 years, and everybody thinks that we came to Iran by Cyrus the Great. We go at least 200 years back. Nobody knows, much about us. They don't know that we fought with Iranians, we shared this history, we've buried several prophets in Iran. All of this is unknown. Iranians have contributed to Iranian literature. There is a bulk of Judeo-Persian literature. Unfortunately, it is unknown, and part of that is because it is written in Persian language, but in Hebrew characters. Why? Because up until pretty much the end of 19th century, we were not allowed to learn the Persian script. Why? Because that is the script that the Quran is written in, and it is not good for a non-Muslim to even learn this script. And also, the Iranian Jewish contributions to the society have been ignored. I am sure that many among you who have learned English in Iran have at some point, for example, used the Haim dictionary. That is a major contribution, and it was only revised about 2 years ago with a new dictionary. So for almost 50 years, that was the best dictionary anybody could use. We have built hospitals in Iran, where now is run by Jews, but more than 90% of the patients are non-Jews. We have had the first nursing school in Iran, preceding the Ashraf Pahlavi nursing school. Actually, the Jewish nursing school was merged into the Ashraf Pahlavi school. And we have contributed a lot of scientists to the country. And I doubt if anybody has heard of them. For example, Dr. Shamuel Rahbar, one of the greatest. If you Google his name, you will see how much praise you hear about him. The man has discovered about 12 different kinds of hemoglobin. He's a hematologist. All of them are named after various Iranian things. It's Al-Vandrud, Al-Borz, and all these names. All of this has gone unknown. Now, when Khomeini came after the 55 sort of glorious years of the Pahlavi, and I say that with confidence because for the minorities, or at least for the Jews, those years of the Pahlavi period were after about 300 years since the Safavid period and after the Qajar rule, really glorious period, because they allowed us to get out. They allowed us to join the society. They allowed us to enter into various professions that we were prevented to do. So when Khomeini came, at first he had strong anti-Jewish sentiments, and he openly talked about it, but once he came, these anti-Jewish sentiments or words became anti-Zionist. I always say that God did great favor to the anti-Semites of the world by creating the State of Israel, because now they can hide their anti-Jewish sentiments as anti-Zionism. Initially, there was a very strong anti-Jewish feelings. One of the major things that happened after the revolution was the execution of El-Ghaniyan. Habib El-Ghaniyan was a major industrialist. I am not saying a major Jewish industrialist. He was a major Iranian industrialist. He was the founder of Plasco Company, which was a very large plastic company. And the exportations of this particular company were the first largest exportations of Iran to the surrounding countries. That was the first, sort of really shook the entire community. And other things, for example, a friend of mine who was a translator at Kayhan, one of the major newspapers of Iran, said that one day when she went and I just started, 5 minutes left, which is okay. Anyway, she was prevented by translating news about Khomeini because she was Jewish. Now, the death to Israel sentiment, chants are prevalent. The schools were attacked. Some of the schools were closed in Iran. Students are now daily have to say death to Israel. And loyalty is constantly questioned. If I had $10 for every time I was asked whether I was loyal to Israel or Iran, I would be rich. And then the second thing was that they stopped, teaching Hebrew was banned. Well, what do you do if the entire religious rights are in this language? Iran is the only country in the world where members of one religion have to study their religion with books published by the members of another religion. The government decided that the school books have to be, for Jews have to be written by them. So this is what they're doing. Some schools were closed, taken over, divided into Jewish and Muslim, with the death to Israel posters all over them. In 1999, 13 Jews in Shiraz and Isfahan were arrested. They were charged by Zionism. They were kept in isolation for 18 months, solitary confinement. They were prevented from having lawyers, and that became a national event. Employment was barred. They are barred from government employment. And even these shrines, the Jewish shrines, have not been left alone. The shrine of Habakkuk, one of the minor Jewish prophets, was dug into it. The body of this prophet was exhumed, and then, thank God, they put him back there. And the shrine does not look anything like a Jewish shrine. It has all verses of Quran around it. The only thing is, it says Habakkuk, Peygamber Bani Israel, a Jewish prophet. That's the only thing that gives you that thing. Now, Zionism has become an end-all to all problems. Cyrus the Great was a Zionist. He was paid by the Jews to go and conquer Babylon. Now, if the Jews were slaves, how would they have the money to do this? A couple of years ago, we had a shortage of chickens in Iran, and one so-called doctor came and gave a talk that chickens are bad for you, and the promotion of eating chickens is by Zionists who want you to not have children because eating chicken causes sterility. It is on YouTube. Go and check it. Now, the image of the Jew in Iran is not like an Iranian Jew. It's like an Ashkenazi Jew, and not only an Ashkenazi Jew, a Hasidic Ashkenazi Jew. For those of you who don't know these terms, Ashkenazi Jews are Jews of Europe who are slightly different from us in rituals, and the Hasidics are the ultra-religious Ashkenazi Jews who have no relationship to what we do and believe and what we look like. That has become the image of the Jew. This is how ignorant the general population of Iran is about the Jew. And of course, some of you have seen the film that they made, Eyes of Zahra. The Jews come and take this child because she has blue eyes, and they take the eyes out to give it for transplanting into somebody's eyes. It is what it is. One of the problems that we have, of course, you have heard about this Holocaust thing. We have a new Holocaust cartoon. It's fine, you know, you don't believe in the Holocaust, that's all right. But it has become a source of anti-Semitic and these Jewish character, big nose, of course, the Ashkenazi, you know, the peyot and the hat and all of that. And it gives a ground for people who have such sentiments to increase it, to express their sentiments and to bring it to the attention of those who don't know. So if you don't know about the Jews and everybody is talking about this Holocaust cartoon exhibition and you go there and say, oh my God, what creatures these people are. And it makes it even worse. Now, again, with the advent of Shia Islam, another thing came into this Iranian society, and that is the concept of najas, religiously impure. And that is very, very strong with the Jews. My father suffered from it all through his life. I am a product of the Pahlavi period. I did not see that, not as much as my father did. That means they couldn't touch anything. They could, if they bought fruits, they couldn't touch the fruits, and the guy could give them any sort of garbage he had. Another thing that has become prevalent in Iran is using derogatory terms. Finished? 11 minutes? Thank you. It's the usage of derogatory term juhud. This is as bad and as offensive as the word nigger is to a black person. And it was not used. It was used privately before, but now you hear it more and more on the media. It is now okay to go on television and use this word. It is okay to use it repeatedly. Now, yes, we have a representative in the parliament. The number of the Jews of Iran has dwindled drastically. About 100 to 120,000 before the revolution, came down to 50,000 about 10, 15 years after the revolution, drastically dropped again after the 13 Jews were arrested in Shiraz, and now the number is 9,000. Officially 26,000, really 9,000. So the number has dropped to less than 10% of what they were. Many people tell me, oh, well, but you know, you have a representative in the parliament. I say, I only give you the number. The numbers tell what the story is. If you go from 100,000 or 120,000 to 9,000, that shows a presence. I have buried 90 generations of my ancestors in that country, and I cannot go back. So that tells you a story. The problem, a part of the problem, and I'm very happy that we are in the press club, and I wish that there were members of the American press here, is the ignorance of the members of the press who go to Iran. They don't do their homework. They go with their cameras and their microphones, shove it in somebody's face and say, are you happy in this country? And the guy says, what? Of course I am happy. Because if he says anything other than that, you know where he ends up, in Hotel Evin, or a worse prison. So they don't do that. They say, oh, Iranians have a member of parliament. Yes, we do, but that same member of parliament has to say death to Israel every day, and that same member of parliament who may have relatives in Israel has to pay every now and then a day of his salary to Palestinians, and that goes, with my apology to you, goes for that. So there is this fear. So, you know, we do have a member of parliament, yes, but there is also this problem. Can this become considered a persecution? in my opinion, it is a sort of persecution. The American media talks about the one page of the probable one page of Quran that was burnt in Afghanistan, and there was a big hullabaloo about it. But they do not talk about the 10,000 Bibles that were confiscated in north of Iran and were burned. So that is a problem that we have here, because here is the center. The West is the center of openness, of being able to talk about these things. And when these news don't come out, we have a problem. The American, we also have a problem with the intellectuals, because, and I'm talking about the Iranian intellectuals. I am, yes, 30 seconds. And that is whenever in an Iranian surrounding you talk about the problems of the Jews, it says, oh, but the Baha'is also have a problem. But you know, in such and such a place they did that. And my answer to them is, are we competing? Is this a competition, a race as to who's being treated worse? It's not. This does not make that better, and that does not make this better. We're all in the same. Yeah, well, I don't want to say what the word is. So what is the solution? The solution is maybe we can get more people like Dr. Ziba Kalam, who goes on television and openly says, I do support Israel. Israel has been good to Iran, and let's forget this. And of course, his opponent says that, well, if the whole world becomes a friend of Israel, Khomeini and I will remain anti-Israel. So maybe the word will get out. Maybe the world will get out. Maybe the American media will help and bring out the truth about what is happening to minorities in Iran, rather than gloss it and sugarcoat it about how good it is. Thank you. And I'm sorry I took so much time.
To law school, Tehran University, of course, we had a course, Islamic law. And of course, all the professors, they very distinguished professor, but they were Shias. And of course, they were teaching us the principle or the sources of Islamic law. And one of the sources is hadith, mean the sayings of the Prophet. And of course, the professor, whenever he wanted to reject the hadith, he would say, Khan Ravi Sunni, mean the narrator, the guy who narrated this hadith, he was Sunni, so these hadiths don't trust it. And of course, there were a lot of Sunnis there, like Baluch, there were Kurds, there were Turkmens, and many other groups. So that tells you a lot about, first of all, of course, let's talk about the geography of the Sunnis. Sunni population in Iran is estimated from 25 million to 30 million, 1/3 of the Iranian population. And of course, they include the Baluch, Kurds, Turkmens, the coastal areas of the Gulf, which is called Banadir and Sawahel, like Bandar Abbas, Qeshm, all these areas. And of course, the Persian-speaking areas bordering Afghanistan, like Turbat Jam and parts of Khorasan. And of course, Talish region on the Caspian Sea. So these are, that tells you. And of course, till 16th century, when the Safavids came to power, overwhelming population of Iran were Sunnis. But since then, Shia was imposed as the official religion. And of course, as I mentioned before, the discrimination and of the Sunnis has been institutionalized in Iranian constitution, as well as numerous laws and regulations, as well as in the government policies implemented in Kurdistan, in Baluchistan, or in other Sunni speaking areas. And of course, when we were kids going to school, we were taught the Shia theology. We were not allowed to study Sunni theology. So when I was a kid, 6 years old, 7-year-old, second grade, I knew all the 12 imams. I had memorized them, even though I was a Sunni, but I could memorize all of them. And of course, I didn't know anything about the Sunnis, who was who. And of course, so that educational system, that was under the Shah. Think about under the Islamic Republic. And then, of course, in addition to the laws, regulation, and official policies, which reduces the Sunnis, 1/3 of the population, to second-class citizens, that they cannot run for the office of the president, let alone the supreme leader. There have been no Sunni wazir, no Sunni ambassador, no Sunni decision maker. 1/3 of the Iranian population. And then, of course, the Islamic Republic want to challenge the American democracy. They think that the Islamic Republic, theocratic, is superior to Western democracy. And you see in the U.S., the president of the country, Republic, is African American, 12% of the population. So that tells you how far we are from the center of the civilization. And of course, when Obama negotiated the nuclear deal with Iran, they didn't mention anything about the right of Sunnis, Christians, or Baha'is, or Jews. Nothing, as if nothing happened. And so that is one. And then, of course, the educational system, as I mentioned. And then, of course, the Sunni books are banned. So that any book which has been published by a Sunni writer and they want to teach it in their schools, they are collected, especially if they are published in Egypt. I don't know for whatever reason. And most Sunni books are published either in Pakistan, India, or Egypt. And of course, and the worst parts of it, when they produce like movies or TV series, and of course, they deliberately, I don't know for what reason, they include numerous anti-Sunni references or content, which always irritate, of course, the Sunnis, and sometimes causes trouble, rebellion in the country. And then I tell you another story. So 1979, I was a young student studying in the U.S., so I went back to Iran and after revolution, and then of course they had, it was under Bazargan drafting the new constitution. So, and one of my teachers from high school, the religious leader and political leader of Baluchistan, Mawlavi Abdulaziz, he went to the Constituent Assembly to draft. And of course, whatever happened, nothing. But then when he came back, he said, can you believe it? We are Muslim, but not only our Shia brothers, they didn't support us. The only people who supported us in the Constituent Assembly, Majlis Muassan, were Zoroastrian, Jews, Kalimis, Christians, and that tells you the gap between the parties. And of course, you contrast this with the official policy of the Iran, the supreme leader. They want to become the leader of the Islamic world. They claim to be the leader of the Islamic world. And if the Islamic world, when where 90% of the Islamic world, they are Sunnis, and when that 90% sees that how 30% of the Sunnis in Iran are treated, of course, nobody want to follow Iranian example and become another Islamic Republic of Iran, to suffer the same consequences. And unfortunately, the same mentality, the same policies are spread in the region, in Iraq, because Iraq, I remember, was the most advanced country in the Arab world, industrially, intellectually, and in terms of resources. And it is very close to becoming another Islamic Republic. And of course, this is also the part of the dream of building an empire, Shia, Persian empire, again. And of course, you know what they are doing, spreading this animosity between the Shia and Sunnis. Of course, when I grew up in Iran, my best friends were Shias. We never had a prayer. My friend Karim, he's an Arab, he's a Shia, but I love him. He's so, And of course, you saw Habib, he's a Turk, he's a Shia, but I really have not found anybody better than them. But ever since this issue, for example, in Balochistan, unfortunately, this issue, religious conflict, has become the main issue instead of the Baloch struggle becoming a struggle for civil rights, human rights, democracy, building a democratic institution. It has become just a struggle for survival under the Islamic Republic. And of course, I hope this fire in the region will not spread to Iran, but these Iranian policies of the Islamic Republic policies are certain to inflame the fires and burn both Shia and Sunnis. And of course, the theology that used by the Islamic Republic to justify their rule is a cover. Really, it's a matter of power. It's political power, because otherwise Iranian Arabs, they are Shia. Why? They are so oppressed. They cannot speak their own language, Arabic, which is spoken by 300 million people. I mean, Turks, Iranian Turks, there are 350 million Turks in the world, and they are not allowed to speak their own language. So it's really a political struggle. I have more in common with Azeris and Arabs, because we share the same pain. And of course, as I mentioned, if they are doing that to us Sunnis, 30% of the population, think about what is happening to our other religious minorities. The Baha'is decimated, the Kalimis, our Jewish compatriots, and of course the Christians, and of course forget about the Sufis. They are totally banned. So thank you very much again, and we'll be happy to answer any other questions you have. Thank you.
What is your opinion about the role of Saudi Arabia in the region? You mentioned Iran and the role of Islamic Republic. Can you please talk about the role of Saudi Arabia in tensions? And I just want another question I have from Haid Sahim. I just asked Dr. Hussein. And about that, you mentioned precisely over Israel. And I do understand, and I respect that. But what about the policy of Netanyahu in the region, and towards especially Iran, and the hostility that Iranian government, Islamic Republic mentioned, is mostly toward the Netanyahu policy rather than Israel? I accept the whole comment that you mentioned about how discrimination is against Iranian Jews. I totally agree with you. But mentioning and not mentioning Netanyahu policy toward Iran, I just was asking your own opinion about Netanyahu and about the role of Saudi Arabia in the region. Thank you.
When it comes to Saudi Arabia, we, the Sunnis in Iran, of course, we don't have any contact with Saudi Arabia because, the outside relations are controlled by the state. But we suffer the consequences of being Sunni, because all the Sunnis who have been executed or arrested or charged for anti-government, they have been, one of the main accusation is that they have been accused of Wahhabism. While in practice, you know that the Iranian Sunnis, most of them are Hanafis, and in Balochistan, in Turkmen Sahara, and in Kurdish area, they are, I believe, Shafi'is. So there is no really such a thing. And of course, what happened in, for example, I tell you the story of my own hometown called Goshta. And the first theological school there was established by a Maulevi about 8 years ago, who had graduated from subcontinent, because of course subcontinent has 400-500 million Muslims. And that place, because they teach Hanafi, so it has become branded as Om of Balochistan. I mean, all these Wahhabis are trained there. And but of course, given the expansionist of the policies of the Islamic Republic, because when they came to power, the first thing they did was to mobilize the Shias in Pakistan, which was 10 to 12% of the population. And of course, when they did that, the Saudis realized that they have to also do something to counter the Iranian spread. Because, you know, to be fair to the Saudis, they are not occupying any capital in the region. It is the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is, of course, occupying Baghdad, Damascus, Beirut, and Sana'a. I mean, they are, and of course, this has created a regional dynamics where two regional powers, Saudi Arabia and Iran, are competing for influence, and each of them, of course, they have to support their constituents, because of course Saudi Arabia, you know that the title of the king is not His Majesty King of Kings like Iran. His official title is the servant of or custodian of the two holy places.
Thank you, Dr. Bohr. If we can move on to
So there is a regional dynamics to the Iran-Saudi competition in the region for power, and but you know the victim of that competition are Sunnis in Iran, and nobody has received any support. You know how controlled in Iran the sources of finance. If they find one Saudi riyal in any Iranian madrasa, I think they will be wiped out. I assure you.
Thank you, Dr. Bohr.
In the press and mass media, as well as for teaching of their literature in schools, is allowed in addition to Persian. And he stated that he is still in negotiations with the Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education is under control naturally by the president, but now the president is saying that I am in negotiation with that institution. Is still in negotiations with the Ministry of Education for implementing Article 15 in schools. It seems that he has pushed for the creation of a few centers for teaching of ethnic minorities' languages in some areas of the country. However, he has not yet fulfilled his promise of allowing and facilitating the official teaching of ethnic mother tongues in schools. Even so, Iran is among the countries with high literacy rates. The country is experiencing a downward trend when it comes to primary education. This worrying trend is particularly notable in provinces where ethnic minorities reside. Every year, about 25% of children are deprived from school, and the majority of them are girls. Sistan, Baluchistan, and Khuzestan are among the provinces that see the highest dropout rates of girls in schools. One of the most important factors that contribute to this alarming rate is the economic hardships that families experience in these occasion areas of Iran. I would like to explain that and the government they don't build the school in the villages very close to the people home, and that is a reason that the families they cannot give permission to their girls to go to some schools that are far from their home. And this is a very important reason that they don't send their girls to school. Religious rights. As stated earlier, Sunni Muslims constitute a large number of religious minorities in Iran. And as I was heard, I guess from Dr. Hossein-Pur, probably 20 to 25 30% of Iranian people, they are Sunni. So Sunni Muslims constitute a large number of religious minorities in Iran. Much of the Sunni populations reside Sunni Muslims constitute a large number of religious minorities in Iran. Much of the Sunni population reside in ethnically diverse areas of the country. Of course, there are also notable Sunni population in major cities such as the country's capital, Tehran, especially given urbanization and migration from remote area and smaller cities to large cities for employment, so across the country. Even in areas where the majority of residents are Sunni, state authorities often deprive the Sunni population from key professions and appoint Shia officials whenever possible. According to the constitution of IRI, Sunnis cannot become candidates for presidency. Also, even though no law clearly prevents Sunnis from serving in key executive or diplomatic position, there is very little space for them in practice. As such, simply put, Iranian Sunnis do not really enjoy effective representation in high and strategic state positions. These days, I was heard that Hassan Rouhani is trying, giving them some diplomatic position, and just one Sunni, I guess just one Sunni citizen is ambassador in, I guess, in Vietnam, Cambodia. And that's it, and nothing else. Very symbolic thing. President Hassan Rouhani's cabinet has taken symbolic gestures to address the state's discrimination against Sunnis. I cannot judge about Hassan Rouhani himself in these, in these activities. Just I can understand because I was living inside Iran 22 years in Islamic Republic and practice as lawyer in that political system, sometimes they do something very symbolic and just for getting attention from human rights centers all over the world. But they don't continue that. And if Hassan Rouhani probably is going to continue that, perhaps the conservative, the Usul Gerayan, and all groups who are working against Hassan Rouhani, probably they stop that. So we cannot have hope for getting better situation in this area. However, these symbolic steps have not sufficiently addressed the challenges of institutionalized and systematic discrimination against Sunnis in Iran. A lot more has to happen before we can see notable improvements. In a quick glance, the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Iran may seem at least partially protective of the rights of the Sunni minorities. For instance, Article 12 of the Constitution states other Islamic schools, including the Hanafi, Shafi'i, Maliki, Hanbali, and Zaydi, are to be accorded full respect, and their followers are free to act in accordance with their own jurisprudence in performing their religious rights. Yet, this same article strongly emphasizes on the official religion of the country, which is the Shia Isna Ashari, helping authorities to interpret and execute this article against Sunni minorities. Unfortunately, we do have an institution, the name is Guardian Council, and Guardian Council can veto everything that they think and they believe that it is against Shia Isna Ashari. And they are not responsible, and they can veto all bills, and so they give us and they give the parliament, the majlis, their interpretation of Quran, of hadith, of text, and of sometimes Constitution of Islamic Republic. This institution is the only institution that can give interpretation of Islam in Iran. And so because all members of this institution are appointed by supreme leader or by judiciary system that is under control by supreme leader, so we can say that everything that happened against minorities in majlis, in parliament, and in legislations, all are coming from supreme leader interpretation of Islam. This is a little complicated, and I think anybody who studies in legal system in Iran, they know enough about that. And until we are facing with some institution like Guardian Council in Iran, we cannot, expect something happened in Iran, not just for minorities, but basically for human rights and having democratic law in Iran, because there are many obstacles for having democratic law in Iran in this political system. Judicial and security persecutions according to Article 19. This article is very important in the constitution of IRI, and they don't care about this article. According to Article 19 of the Constitution of the Islamic Republic, all people of Iran, whatever the ethnic group or tribe to which they belong, enjoy equal rights. And color, race, language, and the like do not bestow any privilege. It is ironic that even the discriminatory constitution of IRI itself calls on some level of equality that remains neglected in practice. This article has no real relevance to the policies and practices of the Islamic Republic against ethnic, religious, and sexual minorities, as well as women in many instances. In the case of ethnic minorities, in particular, the Islamic Republic very easy labels any young or old ethnic rights activist as a separatist or a member of armed resistance groups, accusing them of having acted against national interest and other such crimes. Many of them are imprisoned for long years, tortured, or even executed. Dr. Sahimi, I guess, and you explained about this part of my talk, the detail they gave you. This has been a consistent strategy of the Islamic Republic to create an environment of deep fear and repression in ethnic and border areas of the country in order to maintain control against any sign of resistance against poverty and discrimination of all kinds. And now, give me just a few minutes or less for giving you concluding remarks. In the end, I would like to emphasize here that human rights violations in today's Iran go beyond ethnic minorities and impact many others alike. Therefore, whether Kurd, Arab, Baluchi, Persian, Azeri, Sunni, Shia, Christian, Jewish, man, woman, queer, Afghan, or otherwise, we have a unified battle to peacefully fight against the Islamic Republic's ongoing human rights violations that impact all of us one way or the other. In my opinion, this is the only way and solution that now we can work on that. We also have a duty to think and act constructively toward a unified Iran where human rights are respected for all and where anyone from any race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, or political background can enjoy equality and rule of law. Thank you very much. Thanks so much. Thank you.
First of all, I want to talk conventionally about the topic, which is pluralism. I just want to phrase and add some few words. Pluralism as a political philosophy is the recognition and affirmation of diversity within political body, which permits the peaceful coexistence of different interests, convictions, and lifestyles. Political pluralists are not inherently socialists who put equity at their guidance principle. They are not liberal who place liberty as their guidance principle, or conservative who place tradition as their guiding principle, but advocate a form of political moderation. Nor are political pluralists necessarily advocates of the democratic plurality, but generally agree that this form of government is often best of the moderating district of values. So we thought, I think the genuine main topic, the small portion of the how Iran democratization can go through. But still we are not agree. Still I see the disagreement, there's a lot of, because if you talk about whole issue of democratization and view, you should talk about decentralized government. We should talk about the power sharing. When finally we should talk about federalism or confederalization in Iran. So, but when we look at Iran history, we see Iran as a pioneer of the constitutional revolution in 1905, 1911. But what went wrong, Iran ended up at this point in 2016. Today, we heard a lot of grievance of the different religious group, different community, and it seems we can go on maybe for days about this such a conference. I think, my opinion, what went wrong was the project of the early modern age, when the national identity in the framework of the nation state is a modern concept, attempting to create national solidarity which will be in the conflict with the ethnic identity and solidarity. Ethnic and national identity are two different groups. They will try to peacefully and create a didactic identity for the people. And finally, the ethnic and all national state, by managing this kind of solidarity, they're strengthening national identity, which is, this cannot go hand in hand together. What we saw at the early stage of the formation of the modern Iran, to glorifying Iran's nationalist past, to creating one nation state. This was the cost of the burden of the many ethnic groups and marginally nationality of Iran. Then it continued after the Iranian Revolution to glorifying the religious base, but with the same component and same ideology. So we come to this point, we see there are a lot of, unfortunately, disagreement that we have about what's happening here. We can, sometimes maybe some people says, even pluralism can be terminology belong to the Western liberal democracy. It's not compatible with the Middle East or third world country. But I say you can have a two choice. You can have become like India, with a lot of languages, religion. You become a federal country, because all those different groups can live together, or you can choose example of the Pakistan, which is eventually, because they insisted on some certain ideology or beliefs, Bangladesh was separated. So Iran, I think, at a historical stage, now more than any time in the modern history, the Kurds in Iran became radicalized then. Because we are going through the period one, exactly 502 years past the Chaldean battle. We are just passing, suppressing 100 years of the Saxe-Picot agreement. But now Kurds, we're looking at the last 2 years, world international stage, discovering the Kurds. We hearing about, nobody heard a couple of years ago about the Kurds in Syria. Now the battle of the Kobani and what's happening in the Kurds in Turkey, they're going through the peaceful negotiation with Turkish government, hopefully eventually result in a good way, and Iraqi Kurds now going through the eventually referendum and independence. But what we see in Iran, unfortunately, what terminology can use is a forgotten struggle. Iranian Kurds are pioneers of the Kurdish nationalism. The name of the Peshmerga was founded in Iranian Kurdistan. The Kurdish flag was in Iran. All elements of the Iranian Kurdish nationalism was there. But unfortunately, for some reason, because I think some speaker today talked about how the sensitivity of the nuclear issue of the things, it was not that much to attention of the media. So, but however, even though last two decades was relatively, it was peaceful Iranian Kurdistan in the matter of the armed struggle, but the political struggle, the cultural struggle, and what we could today call as a cultural holocaust, So what our language, annihilation of the Kurdish language, of the Kurdish identity, is then more than any time is on the horizon. With considering these differences between Kurdish political parties, which is all the mainstream Kurdish political parties, that's asking for federalism, for a federal country in Iran, but young people, they are more radicalizing for asking beyond the federalism. But if the Iranian opposition, unfortunately, Iran opposition also been most division within them. We sometimes, unfortunately, if you talk frankly, we don't see much difference between Iranian opposition and some indirectly government policies. So this, and we can see these things, and young people and young Kurdish political parties can see that by their eyes. So this can create a problem. I think Iranian intellectuals, Iranian opposition should come out, choose either example of India or example of Pakistan. Thank you.
So really, this will, there is a discussion, among the Iranian political parties. I've listened to it. It is time that the Iranian opposition comes together because the choices are three. There are three choices: the status quo, the Islamic Republic, another 30 or 50 years, or what we talk about here, plural, federal, confederal, something, a decentralized states where everybody, every ethnic groups in their own area. I think Ms. Carr said that, these are inherent rights. Give them the rights and see if we can establish trust and bring about a plural society. Or the third choice is unknown, and that's very dangerous. No one knows, civil war or whatever. So with that, I'll give you the floor, Dr. Altai. I don't know if you want to speak from here. The podium. You cannot have the floor, sir.
I would like, if not the rule, at least not the exception, to thank the Ibn Khaldun Center and the Human Rights, the Ahwazi Human Rights Organization. And I'm thankful to you. The audience seems to me, this is my own imagination, you have been very patiently and interestedly waiting to see what I'm going to say. But I'm going to disappoint you for one reason. I have nothing to say. And that reason has A and B. A, in the Arabic language, we have a saying, which is also religious, الضرب بالميت حرام. Hitting the mayyit, the dead person, is not good. He's already dead. My distinguished colleagues, and with their eloquent speeches, statistics, they have already killed the Islamic Republic of Iran. It is bleeding to death. So I have nothing to say against it. So my saying here is nothing. The related one, B, I am going to relate myself to Alexander the Great, okay, going back 300 years before Christ. Alexander the Great, when he was coming in age, saw his father conquering everywhere. And he became jealous of his own father. And he said to his associates, probably his mother included, my father is not going to leave anything for me to conquer. Okay. Unfortunately, later on, he conquered the so-called Persia. Okay, the so-called, because Persia is not a Persian name, it is a Greek terminology. So I have nothing left to conquer. This is why I'm going to leave almost 99% of what I have in my draft and to talk about something could be new. Iran is a society diversified, not a unitary nation state. This is my sociological, not political or ideological belief. I'm a student of social science. I earned my BA and MA at the University of Tehran, and I was valedictorian, and the regime of Iran deprived me, under the Shah, of my scholarship, okay, because I am an Arab, one reason. The other reason, because I wrote my master thesis on the Palestinians movement, and all the professors who read it, they said, go and publish it. And I sent it for publication. Only one person of the 5 persons who endorsed it tremendously did not accept, and that person was a SAWAK member of the Shah's intelligence service. Finally, I was able to come from Iran by using a certain legitimate trick, not scholarship, but administrative mission. My friends gave me, my bosses, and so on and so forth. And I came. As soon as I came, the revolution erupted in Iran, and they terminated my salary. So this could be personal. Now, why I am speaking of Iran, not a nation state? I don't believe in the concept and the practice of nation state. The Europeans created it and cost us. They are included World War I and II, and now they are going back to have a union, which is good for them. Leon X, in the early Middle Ages, said, if God has consulted me in advance, I would have advised him to create the world differently. If we people of the Middle East want to have our own nation states, would be having hundreds. Even what is Persian, which I'll discuss, could have been divided into several states, because Persian is one tribe of the 3 tribes that immigrated from southern Russia to the would-be Iran. And Iran is not derived from the Aryan race. There is no such a race as Aryan race. Okay. If there is something, we should pay a tribute to the late Mr. Hitler. There is no race. And even the Negroid, Mongoloid, Caucasoid races, they are not races. I have been here 38 years in the US. When my American friends, colleagues, and neighbors see me, they say, you are French, you are a Greek, you are Italian. No one recognizes me as an Arab, and I am full-blood Arab. And I'm not taking pride in this. This is simply fact of history. We are so intermixed anthropologically, culturally, linguistically, and by DNA that we cannot recognize ourselves. Okay? We cannot recognize ourselves. We belong to one race, human race. Whether you believe in the tradition of the Bible and the Quran, we are children of Adam and Eve with some kind of incestuous relations. You know it. Okay? You know it. Uh-huh. Yeah. And time-wise, I'm not going to specify things. Now, I did research in Iran, throughout Iran, except, unfortunately for me, I could not go to Azerbaijan because of climate. And I am very well familiar with Iran under the Shah. Different peoples speaking different languages, having different cultures. Even the Persians do not speak Persian until and unless they go to the school system to study Farsi. I, the Arab, taught Farsi, and I love Farsi, and I'll tell you why. to the Armenian schools in Tehran, okay, and they could not speak the Farsi language. And they didn't know I loved them and I was jealous of them. Why? Because I have never been taught my native language. I learned it on my own. You see the problem. Now, when I say there is no nation state in Iran, because we are different nations, Iran throughout history has been an empire until the Shah's fathers, with the help of the British, made the empire into a nation state, put the elephant in a cup, okay? They reduced the reality of human integrity and human people to one thing called nation state. And this is why the Shah regime and its racist Persians, not all of them, scientists, they could not even get rid of the Arabic language because it is the foundation of the Persian language. And the Arabic language has inherited all other languages because it is the newest Semitic language, okay, after the Hebrew. All right. Now, I thought you want to give me a note.
No.
Okay.
I am soon, though.
Soon?
Yeah.
Well,
So
I have several of them here.
No, but...
Please conclude. 5 minutes. No. I have a lot to say about the reality of we don't have Persian, Persian as a majority. You are mistaken the unknown you. If you think Persians are a majority in Iran, can anyone, even in this room, identify himself, herself as Persian? If this identification is related to language, honest to God, and I am not a conceited person, I speak Persian better than any Persian, okay? And I, somewhere in Washington, D.C., they wanted me to translate and to write and so on. I said, no, in Farsi. I said, I can accept a position if it is editing Persian. And this is why I don't read a lot of Persian, because they don't write the language well, okay? And there is no prejudice against them because, frankly, I love the language, and I am very well familiar with Persian literature, history, and I am familiar with my own literature and history, the Arabs and the Arabic. And those who are familiar with the Arabic literature, they know Al-Mutanabbi is the best poet, okay? But I love Hafiz, more and better than Al-Mutanabbi, not because he's Persian, but because of his thoughts, criticism, values, and romance. Okay. As for the mixture of Persians, and could be new to you, I read the Shahnameh 3 times, 55,000 lines, and I'm working on the 4th one, and I want to write a book, The Phenomenon of the Arabs in Ferdowsi's Shahnameh. And I admire the Shahnameh, even though there is some kind of racism in it. According to the myths of the Shahnameh, listen to this, please. According to the myths of the Shahnameh, Zahak ruled Iran prehistory for 1,000 years. And he ruled it, of course, with hundreds of thousands of Arabs. So there was racial mixture in 1,000 years. Even Rudabeh, the mother of Rostam, the great Iranian hero, was a descendant from Zahak. So we have, with the Arabs, impact there, even in pre-Islamic, pre-history Persia. We are mixed up, frankly, and this mixture is what makes humanity great, okay? Because we can relate to one another, given the barrier of language. Now, no, I'm going to conclude, yes, okay. Now, the recipe for what to do in Iran. You asked a question. I have part of this recipe in this book, and I am not advertising for my book. They are not going to reprint it, okay? So I have just one copy of it. I said, and you will see I am not prejudiced against Iran or Persia. I said here, and I expanded later, we in Iran should have all of our provinces, 31, and I have a good background about writing reports on the provinces of Iran under the Shah regime. I said all these 31 provinces should be ruled autonomously, and this autonomy rule should be restricted, regulated, supervised. So I don't want to become independent, either Arab, either Kurd, either Turk, either Jews, either Baluchi, or. So we have a central government in Iran, and we have all the provinces to be autonomous in the sense that all the offices should be held electively, okay? And the army, the armed forces should be central, and so on and so forth. So this would help, first of all, the regime itself, because the regime's failure is administrative. Otherwise, the Quran is there, the Hadith is there, the Constitution is there, and the three branches of the governments are there, and the three council, the guardian, and so on, Maslahat al-Nizam, and the supreme leader. Okay? So everything is in place in Iran, but they don't want to democratize, okay, or autonomize, if I can use this term, and to administer the things properly. And finally, I would conclude acknowledging Ibn Khaldun Center. Ibn Khaldun was a historian, a sociologist, a political scientist, and in terms of social change, his theory is well known and relevant even today, cyclic change. In one of his shortest chapters, in his Al-Muqaddamah, the introduction, this is one chapter, he spoke of how change, political change, can take place in society. He said, those who aspire to power and manage to take over, they become much more conservative to preserve their power and to consolidate their offices than fulfilling their promises. And I'm speaking of this regarding the revolutionary regime in Iran. Well, Trump is a different story. But the regime of Iran, as I follow the news and I read things, at the very top, they are much more concerned how to stay in power than how to help people to speak their own languages, to have their own human rights, to preserve the integrity and the totality of the Iranian homeland. Thank you for your patience, and I would like to end, Dr. Karim. Ibn Khaldun was not a poet, but to endorse his theory, he used his theory that I mentioned to you, and I'm not going to repeat. He used one line of poetry from an Arab poet from Al-Andalus, Spain. And that poem, I'm not going to translate it to you so that you might ask a question, and it is very romantic. He said, عجبت لسعي الدهر بيني وبينها فلما انقضى ما بيننا سكن الدهر. So if you want to ask me later, do so. It is very good, very romantic, even though romantic love does not exist anymore. Thank you.
Throughout the day, you talked a lot about not being able to learn your language, not being able to be taught in your language. Now, this is a very important issue because we have bilingual education here, and I think it hasn't been very successful. If we implement this rule that every ethnic group can study in its own language, how are we going to achieve this? Do we translate every educational book into all these various languages? And let's say you study biology, chemistry, everything in Arabic? Or do we teach Arabic as a language and then everything is in Persian? Because if we do it in your various languages, what happens at the end? 12 years of education, you come to college. We can't have colleges in good schools in every single language. You know, every country has one or two good universities, and after that, they become secondary. So how do you propose that we can achieve this?
Thank you.
Even in the United States, we have pluralism, but I would argue that we don't have peace. So what would the ultimate goal in terms of Iran realistically be?
In a certain province, the Arabs or the Kurds or the Turks are the dominant group. We should provide them to study their language from day one, elementary school, besides the Farsi language. So they become bilingual in their own language, plus, of course, the curriculum of the state. This is easy, and this is not going to be including everyone because the written languages in Iran, I believe, are not more than 6, 7. So, for example, the Qashqai's, the Talishis, as I know, they don't have written alphabet. So they have to use the Arabic alphabet and or the Persian. It is very limited. And when I said administrative, you have to start step by step, okay? And then once the regime realizes that you are not a danger, then he can follow suit and increase the curriculum. Everything is in place in Iran except for the courage of the government and the will.
Go ahead.
Yes.
And the second question.
Yes. The question is what you talk about the logistical problem of this issue. I think if we become able to do that, we can look to experiences of the Switzerland, in Canada, a lot of countries in the world, as India, as said, is a lot of countries. So, but if we compare to logistic problem to overcome this problem, comparing to the Balkanization of Iran, I talked about threats Iran facing, how the Kurdistan, I remember 20 years ago when first Kurdish satellite TV, it was in Europe, the newspaper, all the world called Kurdistan in the sky, 20 years from now, we have Kurds in Iran, 12 million restless Kurds, seeing Iraqi Kurds moving toward referendum and independence in fall. Syrian Kurds declaring federalism. Turkish Kurds can elected 80, 90 MPs to the parliament, and they go in peace process and hand in hand. So, but while Iranian Kurds being totally neglected, but now we are talking about some logistic problem to some translating some books that I think is a very small price we want to pay for Balkanization, agenda. But for backing your question, I think what you asking me, a definition after I said pluralism is not conclusion of you looking. Pluralism, I think we should as a first step, democratization of Iran. Pluralism, just inclusiveness, is not enough. We're talking about power sharing. We're talking about decentralizing government. As Dr. Abdian said, we're talking about parliament, local parliament, regional parliament. So all these things, unfortunately, 100 years ago, in Iranian constitutional regulation in 1905 talked about and been written books about, but today intellectual and Iranian opposition forgotten about this text. So that's really painful. Thank you.
There are 519 cases of politically motivated involuntary disappearance by Iranian security forces, where fathers, mothers, daughters, sisters, wife are missing. One of them is my own father, Youssef Silavi. My father was abducted by security forces from our house in Ahwaz on November of 2009. When they took him away, he was 50 years old. He is 57 now. I missed 7 birthdays that I could not celebrate with him. 7 years of dreaming to see him again. Actually, this hope, this dream is the only thing that kept my mom in the relentless search for my dad. My father's abduction was in retribution against us, my sister Shaima and I. We were human rights activists while studying in Damascus University since 2006. We have been the subject of intimidation and harassment by the Iranian embassy officers in Damascus. This is how the Islamic Republic deals with 2 human rights activists who want to expose Iran's human rights violation and tell the world about the atrocities committed by the Islamic Republic against own citizens. They punish the family members, even if they are not activists. My mother has written to every Iranian authorities. She even went to the house of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, to the head of the parliament, every minister, every high official she could reach. She has been searching in every morgue, hospital, and jail in Iran. My father was an electronic technician, totally apolitical. However, he was proud of his identity of being an Ahwazi Arab, a minority in Iran, a minority whose land formed the backbone of Iranian economy. Its people have been viewed at best an inconvenience or at worst a threat by Iranian government. Hence, subjected to the mixture of forced assimilation, forced migration, violent political repression, ethnic cleansing, and economic exclusion, totally deprived of its collective right, civil, cultural, economic, political, and social. My mother writes to us that she still tries to contact with central official in Tehran as well as provincial official, but she has not heard from Rouhani or his minister. She says, as for provincial official of Khuzestan, that they literally do not speak my language, as Ahwaz or Khuzestan political, military, and security commanders, officers, mayors, and all high and mid-level governance officials consistently being appointed from non-Arab area among Ahwazis. The UN Working Group on Enforced or Involuntary Disappearance has written several letters to Khamenei and other officials, again to no avail. Dr. Ahmad Shahid, the special reporter for the situation of human rights in Iran, has on our behalf written to Khamenei and Rouhani and inquired about our father, and yet, again, no answer from Islamic Republic. So again, wish you a successful symposium, and we urge you, the international civil society, along with international community at large, to pressure Iran to respond to our call. Where is my dad, my mom, brother, sister, wife, or husband? Thank you very much.
When I hear Mona, it really breaks my heart. This is the 3rd time I listen to her story, and every time I listen to it, I am moved, and I'm touched, and I'm pained. And I hope there will be a happy ending to the suffering of that family. A mother, the children, the brothers, the relatives, the friends. And it seems to me, and here I'm sharing the podium with old friend, very old friend,
very old.
And
very old.
A great supporter. When I was in prison, he stood by me, so I know exactly what it means to stand by somebody who is grieving because of violation of their human rights. And Joe has been, an old fighter, and I keep saying the word old. Of course, he has a lot of white hair, so he is. But I had known him when we were both young, in the time of the New Left and great 60s, and he never wavered in his support of human rights. And of course, his career in that field is well known to anybody in the field. So I'm honored to see him. I'm happy. I convey the greeting of my wife to him because he also And during the time I was in prison, and my wife would come to the States, he would always be a staunch supporter and helper for the family to get the word out to whoever is concerned about human rights and political freedom. Anyhow, I wanted to take advantage of my moderating the session to get 3 quick messages. Every message probably will take a minute. One, there is a term now we know in the Middle East called the deep state. I don't know whether the term is familiar to the audience here or not. But the deep state we learned from our Turkish leftist friend. And what it really means is that no matter what you do at the top, change regimes, change prime ministers, ministers, presidents, there is security institutions that run the show. And these security institutions is really what our Turkish colleagues had learned to term them the deep state. Because things that happen on the surface, but down there, it is the same mentality. Police rules, secret agents rule. And agents of that deep state are there to serve themselves and to perpetuate that deep state. And they can, let the surface, the so-called superstructure, does whatever it does, so long as they control the apparatus, the apparatus down there. That is the deep state. What is the first word? My second word is about human rights. And human rights are integral. You could not have human rights for one group and not for others groups. Human rights should be for all. Universal, and that is the meaning of the universal. The greatest probably document in the 20th century was the Declaration of Human Rights, the International Declaration of Human Rights. So it is the cornerstone of anything we do, and it should be. Defenders of minorities should always start with human rights for everybody, even for your adversaries, your enemies, for everyone. It is human. By virtue of human, it is in everybody. Different in color, different in ethnicity, language, doesn't matter, but you have to respect the right of all human beings. Second word is about federalism. It is now, and that was referred to in passing in the morning session, when people ask what is the best political system to manage ethnicity and ethnic diversity. It is federalism. And we learned that this is the way that Switzerland has managed to remain not only independent, not only one of the greatest experiments in human living, but also thriving, surviving and thriving. Despite all the wars that took place in Europe, Switzerland remained very loyal to that ideology and to that pluralism and respecting. And a few years ago, I was visiting Geneva, and there was a big uproar in the media over a group called the Romanos. So I said, it was new to me. Switzerland I knew, it has Italians, it has French, it has Germans. So what is the Romano? And then I was told this is a very tiny linguistic group. They speak a language called Romano. And they were concerned that that group is disappearing by, over time, because of either taking up other culture or subculture or languages, that there was a threat of extinguishing of that group ending, and they wanted to protect it. 6,000 people, that Switzerland for a whole year was so keen in preserving and almost, pleading with Romanos to preserve their language and not to melt in any of the three major groups, the Italians, the French, and the German. And it was a lesson in greatness of that great country, Switzerland, that they wanted to preserve pluralism. So federalism, therefore, comes in as a panacea for managing diversity. And finally, the third word is democracy. As one of the great men of the Britain said once, democracy is terrible. It involves a lot of infighting, a lot of arguments, a lot of maneuvering, and it is terrible, but it is the best system that mankind had ever discovered. And I really second that, and I believe that this should be the key. So the three principles, the three words I said, is to be aware of the deep state and try to expose it, to be loyal to human rights for all, to go for federalism, and finally, to uphold democracy for all. Thank you, and now we get to the panel where I'm moderating, and Joe, you want to go first? Or you want ladies first?
Ladies first.
Go ahead. This is a gentleman. Has always been a gentleman.
He's a true gentleman.
Yes.
So I would spare you to talk about the laws, because Ms. Abadi, Ms. Kaur, and so many talk about the laws and how discriminatory are the laws. We have a constitution that contradicts each provision and is all the violation and discrimination and human rights violation in Iranian law, constitution, civil and penal code is institutionalized. So we don't have anything to say. I've been here out of the country 30 years, but I feel I'm very Isfahani. I don't know about that, but I don't have, when I'm in my classroom, I had Jews, I had Zoroastrian, I had Christians, and all over, and Baha'is, and we never talk about our religion. And when I wrote this report, and during the Shah, I was 11th grade, I had Baha'i friends, very close, and one of the teacher just fail her, but later we never discuss, and we never know that she's Baha'i. But because she was Baha'i, he forced her to fail, and he left the country during the Shah. So one of my motivation was writing this report, my second report at Human Rights Watch. And when I wrote this report, I sent it to Iran and outside in California, because usually it was my practice to get their opinion. One of the political leader, and one of the Azari scholar among them. Immediately, from Iran, used to be faxed page by page. They sent it back, and they said, we do not comment on this kind of report. The professor at Los Angeles, Azari, said, in this report, you interview separatists and people that they were alleged to work with armed group, so we don't comment. These reports are not right. It's 20 years ago, so the sensitive issue about minority, religious minority, and ethnic minority is there, and still there. I feel it in this room, and one of the audience said that we are not friendly, and if you talk about wrong word, God forbid, and we are going to get at each other's throat. Last night we had it, and I think that's why we don't talk about it. This issue is very sensitive. Neil mentioned that how sensitive is this time now. We are having Assad regime, which is a war crime. We have Saudi Arabia, the daily basis kill people throughout the Middle East, especially Yemen, with cluster bomb. And we have Islamic Republic, all of them meddling and destroying each other. And all of them have to come to terms. And it's not my place to talk or formulate what they should do. I just wanted to talk about a little bit of laws. If you all know perhaps, and I'm lecturing, that in Iranian civil code or penal code, I should talk, if non-Muslim kill a Muslim, it faces death penalty. But if a Muslim kill non-Muslim, that law does not apply. She didn't talk about inheritance. We are talking about judge in higher court must be Shia. So imagine you are a plaintiff, you are a Sunni, you are Baha'i, you're going to court, and here we are. A Shia judge can interpret the law by his own vision and how comfortable you are be. So the country needs, the laws should be changed. And as long as we have discriminatory laws in the country, we do not have respect for human rights. Human rights violation in the country, especially current days, I remain to Joe and so many other experts to talk about how concerned is the violation of human rights in the country. But I talk about my job, my daily based job. I talk about yesterday, I talked to a lawyer from Kurdistan, human rights, the Bar Association, the Human Rights Commission. Yes, there are lawyers, Kurds in Kurdistan, working for human rights, a Commission of Human Rights, a Committee of Human Rights within the Bar Association. Imagine how difficult could be that, but they are working. They are going to courts, they are taking all the cases that we are talking about, the executions, and they work as a pro bono. They took and they go to pro bono. One of my lawyers, because we have a project at Partners for Rights to train lawyers from Iran to how to use international mechanism. We teach them how to use that and how submitted the reports for UPR, Universal Periodic, at the Human Rights Council. Yes, one of the lawyers took the pro bono cases and, yes, she was called by the deepest government and by Minister of Intelligence, why you are taking all these cases? She had to report why, and they limited her. I talked to a lawyer yesterday in Ahvaz, many times summoned by a Minister of Intelligence, but she's teaching human rights with lots of Arab Ahwazi. We have 2 members of parliament, Arab Ahwazi. Believe it or not, they are there. For first time, and they are not symbolic, in the spokesperson at the parliament, we have Sunni. So these are not symbolic. The head of the medical forensic in Kurdistan is Sunni and Kurd. We have this. The chief of the cabinet of the Assembly of Experts, Mr. Rezai, is Sunni. He is Sunni. They are working within step by step, but very small. The things that you are hearing here, it's so horrific. But inside the country, there are people that are working every day to improve. You are not seeing it, but step by step. In Kurdistan, there is a campaign to burn all the cages that sell the special bird. This is the campaign. When you are asking them why you are doing this, why all this campaign, they said, the lack of empathy for human rights is there. They do not, and unfortunately, for good or bad reason, it's not my job to talk about it, not international human rights, but other group, they politicize human rights. So inside Iran, it's a lack of empathy for human rights, but they said they are setting up so many civil societies that, for example, as I was saying, that they are campaigning to protect birds and they're burning the cages. It's very funny, but they are doing it. It's a way for them to pay less price, but still be there and asking for demand. There's a campaign to protect the mountain. There's a campaign to not to use plastic. There are so many campaigns. Kurdistan, Ahvaz, we are talking about these area. I'm not talking about all over the country. But they are working. Somebody mentioned Ms. Mollaverdi. Yes, last 2 years she used to come to New York to attend the UN meeting. But this time, because she protests, she visited Kurdistan, and this is not symbolic. She protests that the entire village would wipe out their family, the head of the household, and the women in the house. She protests. They brought a lawsuit, the deep government that Dr. Sadeddin Ibrahim mentioned, and they brought a lawsuit, and she couldn't leave the country. This is not symbolic. She's working. She's addressing the situation. We have so many steps to go, so many things to do, but there are so many positive things right now is happening inside Iran. In Kurdish community, Azeri community, Arab community, Turkmen and Baluch community. Yes, there are problems, but people inside the country, they are working hard, and they need to get the credit. And we are working closely with them. They are talking to us. They want it. One of them, she's Kurd, she's Sunni. She said she's willing to go video live and talk about the progress that they are making every day. And they are paying heavy price. They've been summoned constantly to the Minister of Intelligence. But this is the way they are working. And I thought that I should address some positive thing. And I wrapped up my talk about what exactly, I cannot more agree with Ms. Carr. That's the only way to continue is working together to address and to ask, to demand Islamic Republic for equal rights for all community, all the member of community, Kurds, Turk, Isfahani, Arab, everyone. We are all in this together, and we have to be a platform for people inside the country. We do not talk about them. We do not about their success and everyday challenges they are facing. Thank you.
Obviously, this panel has a very large title. I'm just going to talk about human rights organizations. Talk a little bit about what our mandate and methodology is and how that sort of interfaces with issues of human rights in Iran, and specifically ethnic and religious minority rights. So, we're set up, Human Rights Watch started in 1978. The Middle East Division started in 1989. I think, we have a larger staff now than we did in 1989. Or when I joined in 1996. But we're still always having to choose what countries we can cover and what issues in those countries we can cover. We can't cover all the human rights violations, all the issues that our mandate might authorize, but I can assure you that Iran has always been what I call an entitlement country. Mm-hmm. It's never been without scrutiny from our organization. How do we choose what we do? I mean, how do we choose the issues that we focus on? I'd say there's sort of three criteria. One is the seriousness of the abuse. One is the number of peoples impacted. And then, sometimes most importantly, where can we have a difference? Where we make a difference? Where is there actually a possibility of having some impact? And of course, those may not all fit together. So serious abuses that affect a large number of people may not be the ones where we could have some impact. So it's always a bit of tension in how we work that out. We look at violations, human rights violations, which by definition involve governments and states. But in the case of armed conflicts, of which our region has too many now, we look at, of course, international humanitarian law and violations of all parties, and sometimes those conflicts are not between states. They're sort of internal to a country. They may involve armed groups. They may involve groups that are affiliated or speak for national minorities. In those kinds of situations, we are impartial. We don't take sides. We look at how the warring parties, the conflicting parties, are conducting themselves. What are human rights? It's law-based, treaty-based, the covenants of civil and political rights, economic, social, and cultural rights, the Convention Against Torture, and so forth. So, with Iran, our methodology essentially is one of getting into the field, having access, having communication with victims, with witnesses. I mean, that's our value added in most situations. And in a country like Iran, it's particularly difficult because we don't have access to the country. We're not welcome in the country. Our many efforts, including recent efforts to secure invitations, have so far not been successful, I'm sad to say. So it means we depend very heavily on our ability to communicate with human rights defenders of the sort that Elahi so eloquently spoke a few minutes ago. So assuming we have access of one sort or another, either we, my colleagues, are there on the ground, or in the case of Iran, we're in touch with people by telephone, by Skype, by different social media, different modes of communication. What are some of the sort of principles, working principles? One is, we depend like good journalists on multiple sources, okay, multiple witnesses. We probably won't go ahead with a press statement or a report that is based on the allegations coming from one particular person. It would be very unusual. We'd want to get more than one person. We'd look, because particularly when you're operating outside the country, as in the case of Iran, how do you establish the reliability of what that person is telling you? One of the ways you do it is by talking with a number of people, looking for consistency in their accounts or a lack of consistency. And when there's a lack of consistency, you smell a problem and you dig a little further, or maybe you conclude you don't have the answer, you're not going to be able to get the answer, you're not going to be able to put out a statement on this particular incident. We try and be very precise, so you won't find or if you do, it's a lapse in our editing, you won't find, villagers told us. You'll see 7 villagers told us. I mean, we try and be very precise. 7 villagers out of whatever the population of this particular village is. We try and establish the basis of the credibility of what we are relaying from the witnesses or in where we can the victims. We look for official documents, medical records, hospital records, court documents in the case of trials and judicial hearings and so forth. And we always seek out the perspective of the authorities, the government. Which sometimes works particularly when you have access to the country itself. You have an established relationship with officials of that country. Pretty difficult in the case of Iran. We don't have that many established relationships. They're mainly when we do, it's with people in the missions outside the country and so forth. We look at the media, the official media. Is this incident reported in the pro-government media? How is it reported? Are there discrepancies between those reports and what we're hearing from the people we spoke with, and what's the basis of those discrepancies? There's always a tension in terms of setting our priorities. I mentioned some of them. Another one is, how much time do we spend? In our division, in our Middle East division in Human Rights Watch, we have 10 or 12 researchers right now. Many of those researchers are responsible for more than one country, okay? But even if you're responsible for just one country, and it's a big country with lots of violations like Iran, I mean, do you spend time digging deep into a particular subject, into a particular theme, a project that can take a year or more to develop, or do you respond to things that are happening on a kind of daily or at least a weekly basis? And so you do both is the answer, but how do you do both, and how do you balance all that out? Probably the most, frustrating part of the work we do is when it comes to enforcement. We're not an enforcing body. We don't have a police force. There's nobody we can call upon to actually carry out. There are many good recommendations. A good example of sort of the empowerment frustration, I think, happened just yesterday. In his opening remarks, I think it was yesterday, maybe it was Monday, Zaid al-Hussein, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, opened the latest Human Rights Council meetings in Geneva, and as usual, his opening remarks, which are fairly lengthy, mentioned a number of different countries, little sort of snapshots of problems in each one. And one of the ones he mentioned was Bahrain, to which the Sheikh Khalid, the foreign minister of Bahrain, tweeted, and I'm quoting here, "We will not waste our time listening to the words of a high commissioner who has no strength or power," unquote. So, I mean, that's not Human Rights Watch. That's somebody who's been invested by the international community, but it shows, you can see you can see on the one hand the arrogance, and on the other hand the frustration. So let's see. Okay, Iran. I know probably as little or less than practically anybody in this room about the fine details about what it means to be, or the facts about religious and ethnic minorities and linguistic minorities in Iran. But I guess so I won't rehearse that part of my remarks. I guess I'd say that in terms of, when it comes to religious minorities, okay, some of the issues arise when, let's take, for example, the rights of Sunni Muslims in Iran, which Shia Islam is the official state religion. So in trying to address those kinds of issues, we find it sometimes difficult to actually determine, are we looking at kind of discrimination, or are we looking at denials of religious freedom that are we looking at denials of religious freedom that are unique to Sunnis, or are they applied also to Shia, okay? Because you can certainly, if your interlocutors are Sunni Iranians, you will hear all about the things they can't do and the things they have to do and the restrictions and so forth. And if you look a little further, you find, well, a lot of those same restrictions apply to Shia Muslims as well. Then the next question becomes, well, okay, the same restrictions apply in the law or in the regulations, but are they being enforced only against Sunnis and not against Shia? And so anyway, it's usually not as simple as it looks at first glance. When it comes to ethnic minorities, it's particularly hard to come to conclusions. Let me be very frank about this. As those of you who have dealt with me and dealt with us over the years know, when you come to us and say, please say something about X, Y, or Z, and I say, here's what we need to be able to do that. And the reason, I think, is because in the case of ethnic minorities, and I'm speaking very broadly about the large ethnic minorities, Kurds, Azeris, Baluch, Ahwazis, and so forth, you're talking about groups that are, first of all, they're very sizable. Second of all, they're often on the borders of Iran with other countries. So automatically there are issues of national security. And of course, it's that national security lens, that prism of national security through which Iran, the Iranian state, the authorities look at minority activism, I would say, in the region. You have, but the result is you have, as you know better than I, Kurds, Baluchis, Azeris, and so forth, in serving long prison terms, some of them on death row. In many cases, after unfair trials. But one of the things we have to do when we look at, when we get a call to address a particular situation, whether it's an individual being arrested, whether it's a demonstration in which there were clashes with the police or security forces and perhaps people were injured or even killed. We look first at, okay, take the issue of arrests. Okay, the first question we ask is this, were there charges? Was there a reason given for the arrest or detention? And then we ask, if the charge is in itself, ipso facto, a violation of human rights, okay, then it's kind of case closed. I mean, we can easily say something about that. So For instance, disseminating false information, quote unquote, demonstrating without a permit, quote unquote, undermining national security. Either it's a law that in itself restricts free expression on the face of it, so therefore it's something we would protest. Or it's a law that, like undermining national security, which is just so vague and can be interpreted so vaguely that we have to, push further. And then, of course, there's the issue of has the state, have the authorities presented any evidence, assuming it's a valid charge, okay, an internationally recognizable crime, like assault, like taking up arms against the government, like murder. I mean, these are internationally recognized crimes. Disseminating false information is not. I mean, it's all too widespread in our region, but it's not an internationally, it's not a real crime. It's a crime of speech, a crime of expression. So anyway, we have to try and establish then, take the case of say there's a protest demonstration someplace. It's not a place we have access to. It's not even in Tehran, where, to be honest, a lot, if not most of our contacts with people in Iran are in Tehran. So it's outside of the metropolis. So there are allegations. People come to us and say, okay, there was this demonstration. It was peaceful. The security forces intervened. They used, lethal force. So many people were killed or injured or so forth. What do we do? Well, we're not going to go out there, as you know from your experience with us. We don't go out and say, so-and-so said or such and such a group said this happened. That's not what we'll do. We'll look into it if we can, and we'll try and look into it. And, many times we've come back to you and said, who can we talk to? Who was there? Okay? And a lot of times it's not possible. You don't feel it's possible to tell us who we can talk to. Maybe you don't know. Or I think more often but, for that person's security, you're not willing to convey that. And, frankly, without that, and we understand the reasons for that caution and hesitancy, but without that, there's not too much we can do. If we can talk to, ideally, a couple of people who could give us corroborating accounts as to what you've told us, we can move forward. Again, we would look at the official, the Iranian media and see where it's been, where has such an incident been reported, and if so, what have they said? In other countries, we might actually go directly, pick up the phone to a government official. Difficult for us to do in the case of Iran, but we'd look in that media coverage. Has the local security chief, has the governor of the province, or has some official in Tehran spoken about it? Have they said, this is the reason there was this incident? And usually, of course, if there is some kind of account from the officials, either directly or in the media, there's some variance between the official version and what you've told us and what we've been able to establish but we have to be able to put out, we feel we have to be able to put out an account of the incident that will convince a skeptical reader and that will be unassailable by the authorities. And I guess the one thing that we rely on in terms of the work we do, first and foremost, is our credibility. And our credibility is based on our accuracy and our very good record for not making mistakes, which is why we're not going to go forward with something until we're pretty darn sure that we've got the details right. I don't know, maybe I should just end there, but just to say, obviously, when you're dealing particularly, I think more than with religious minorities in the Iranian case, with ethnic minorities, you're dealing with what are political struggles, okay? And in some cases, armed struggles. So that, again, makes it difficult for us, or more difficult for us to come to conclusions. If we know that a demonstration, for instance, takes place in an area where there are armed groups at work or operating in the area, and the government is alleging that whatever happened was the result of the armed activity of the armed groups. We've got to make the case for why we believe that isn't true. And it's not always easy, frankly. It's not always easy to make the case, but that's what we feel we have to do. We don't take sides, as a human rights organizations. We don't support federalism. We support democracy. We don't support the cause of any particular minority. Okay, we support the rights of minorities, the individual rights of minorities. If a group takes up arms against the government, that's not an issue for us. As I just explained, it sometimes makes it difficult in our reporting to sort out fact from fiction, or sort of dissident version from official version. But it's not an issue for us if a group takes up arms. But of course, if a group takes up arms, then there is a legitimate security concern, whatever government we're talking about, and so we have to sort of factor that into the conclusions that we reach. I'll just finish up by saying something that I've come to appreciate, the extent to which, of course, human rights is non-political in the sense that I just described. It's non-partisan, it's non-ideological, but at another level, it's extremely political, because we're talking about rights as being claims against power, claims against political authority. And if one considers the history of the development of human rights, it's been through constant struggles of that sort. And the articulation and formulation of rights into laws and into treaties is it's a political process, okay? So there's no sense pretending that human rights does not have a political dimension, in my view, but at the same time, it's non-political in the sense of apolitical, in the sense of impartial, in the sense of not having affiliation with any particular country, any particular government, or any particular cause. Thanks.
I would like to see that the rights of ethnic and religious minorities not to be a taboo subject anymore. For a long time, for decades, this was the taboo subject. The Iranian opposition groups love to talk about democracy, human rights, but when it came to rights of especially ethnic groups, this was offline. This was a taboo subject. They should not be talking about that. I mean, that is wealth of Iranian society to have all these different ethnic groups. They should be proud of that. They should not consider them as threats. They should consider them as assets of Iranian society. And I want to relay this message that this should no longer be a taboo subject.
Oh, thank you. Yes. All right. More comments? Yes. Go ahead, sir. Oh, I will recognize the young lady. Just after this comment.
Something that just it's come to my mind is to moving from the ethnoculturalism to multiculturalism, or exclusive nationalism to inclusive nationalism, and also to, when Dr. Joy said about the minority in border is make the problem for national security, it reminds me the school of the Tosun when it was the ethnic study, and is mentioning the Spanish people, they manipulated by Mexican government, so against the American. So there is a contradiction between the national security and ethnic security as well. So losing the national security or national sovereignty to ban or limit or to prevent the ethnic right is going to be a big issue. So it's not about
what do you suggest?
It is. I think most of the as our panel mentioned, the consideration between the minorities and dominant party and suppressed party also, because people, especially the Persian, see the minorities as a threat. So to change into the chance to seeing the minority as a change. So it's a big step to move to. And also, I would be happy if you invited the Persian to come to to talk about Persian perspective and to see what the Persians see as a threat, how we can change their mind, how we can, we need to talk to each other. We are just the Persian.
Well taken, got the point.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
The young lady over there.
How can we raise the credibility of reporting of these smaller organizations and raising their capacity in their advocacy efforts so that they have a hearing ear for those who are making decisions? And I hope that you have a moment to make remarks on recommendations, again, on how to raise their credibility in their reporting process.
Okay.
A very high stake on the issue of credibility. I think we see it, let me talk not just about Iran and Iranians, but I can see it elsewhere in the region as well, the countries that I've worked on, including Egypt, the operations of not all human rights groups, by no means, but by the better ones, if like if attention to detail, being absolutely sure that you're getting the balance right. You're accurately, if you're describing an incident, for instance, in which people lost their lives, that you're really capturing. You can't have every little detail, but you can capture you know how to capture the essence of it, and you do that honestly and scrupulously. Number one. Number two, you know how to make recommendations that are not, end torture now. Well, yes, of course, but what are the sort of immediate, concrete steps that you can recommend that the existing government can do? It doesn't require a revolution, doesn't require a new government, okay? Which maybe would be a good idea, but it's not. That's not in our mandate. So those are just some of, and then where they're particularly, where I think they have advantage, the smaller, groups that are, for instance, focused on a particular country, is, of course, they can devote themselves entirely to that country and to whatever set of issues they decide are strategically most important. I guess that would be the other thing. They've, the more sophisticated and mature groups do think strategically. We can't take up every issue. We can't react to every violation. So what are the ones we want to tackle in terms of, where for our own credibility as a human rights group in Egypt, for instance, what's going to, there's issues of popular support or lack of popular support in a climate of government crackdown. So you choose issues that are going to have some resonance with, that aren't necessarily strictly, a particular law that's being violated, but will have resonance amongst a larger number of people, for example, and then be able to be very creative in mounting campaigns. And you don't also face the issue of that we do when we're working on 90+ countries of consistency. Okay, certain kind of violation, you want to call for. If you're an Iranian group or an Egyptian group, you want to call for end arms sales to this country. Well, before we can make that recommendation, we have to look at where have we made that recommendation, where have we taken up that recommendation before? Has it been in a similar situation? Are we making a recommendation regarding Egypt that we would never make against Israel, say? I mean, if you're looking just at Iran, you don't have to worry about those kinds of issues. That's an advantage.
Mohammed, do you have a question?
It's actually, okay, go ahead, please. Great. I know I'm a cameraman, but I'm an ex-employee for Ibn Khaldun Center, so I feel obligated to comment.
Thank you.
I need to spin the subject a little bit. Instead of I guess this is an idea for the next conference that we're gonna have in Egypt. Instead of having the challenges that faces the democratization of Iran, I think that we should explore the possibility of the challenges that faces the regime in Tehran to survive. I know you might think it's a joke, but I think the regime in Iran is about to be die, in my opinion. Collapse. Not because of the corruption, not because of the religious authority or whatever, but I think it goes against the nature of the Iranian people themselves. My sister-in-law is Iranian, and she's talking to me. She's not wearing hijab or anything, and when she goes to Iran, of course, she's forced as like any other female in Iran. She has to wear scarf and stuff like that. And instead, as a way of protest, I guess most females in Iran, they basically wear hijab at the end of their head. Most of their hair is out already, I guess. And this is, I can see it's a kind of protest that goes inside from the people themselves towards the regime. I need also to remind you of one of my heroes, is like Ja'far Banahi, the director who was put in jail because of his movies, and after he got released, they stopped him even from making movies. So what did he do? He just made a movie and called it "This Is Not a Film." Seriously. So like small protests like this will make this regime collapse, in my opinion. Another suggestion for the other conference is, how good is the sense of humor for the Iranian people? I'm not actually familiar with it. Do you really good at making jokes? Yes. You know why? Yes. Because making a joke of a religious leader will make him a joke. And he gets his authority from you worshiping them. Honestly. Making joke of them will take this holiness that will help him to control you. So I guess, anyway, that's my own thought on the subject. Thank you.
Joe, before we
No, I'm interrupting you. So this
are you sharing it? Are you sharing this?
Just
what is this? What kind of a human
Someone
right?
provide the microphone over here, please.
Oh!